drugs that get us on. If the sunshine, let me know. All my thoughts move in the darkness of pouring downpour of a stone. My soul is. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? I'm done waiting every day until I realize you're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud, you're the stormy rain. Stepping away, stepping away, stepping away from this fight. Hidden away, hidden away, hidden away with your light. Killing me happy, thought that was a sign. Killing any hope that I had in my life. I'm sick as you're wasting my time inside my. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? I'm done waiting every day until I realize you're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud, you're the stormy rain.
I'm doing good, Hirsch, and I know who to point that way to point out to you, just saying. But, I'm excited today. I got a new camera angle we're trying out today. And, we got some new teams that are playing today that I haven't cast before. So I'm excited to see how things are going to shake up and go on down, because top 8 this week, pretty exciting stuff. Of course, dude. This week we have a really exciting matchup between Ninetales and the Arachnobats. So excited to see that. We have our first players for each team selected. Arachnobats have sent forward 10 stews, and then Ninetales have sent forward Magalions. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Oh, let's go. Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. I will say 10 Stews and Arachnobat both have the same right ID before the hashtag, so it'll be fun to differentiate them on cast, but... yeah. Nah, you'll figure it out. It's never gonna be an issue, man. Hmm. Whoa, people have learned that Jax Ornn might not be the best Jax Ornn deck to play. But you know what? Yeah, it's definitely a shakeup for things. Interesting. We have still have a lot of Demacia though. Petrosite Broadwing hold up the fort, although Mystic Shot is tied with Broadwing this week, which is also new. Yep. Exactly. Like, Mystic Shot doesn't kill a Broadwing, for example, so why I play it. Yeah, and that can help you win a trade, so you know what? Fair enough. But looking at the champion stats, we also see that while Karma's set was brought 10 times, there's a lot more sets than Karma's this week, with 15 sets and 11 Karmas, so looks like quite a few people decided to not play that champ combo, or they're like, they did the Freljord version a little bit. But hey, I guess that probably means set Jack or something like that got brought this week. Gnar at 14 is actually a bit surprising that he's the 4th most played champion this week. Obviously, Gnar Darius is a pretty popular deck, but you can clearly see that, like, while the Gnar has the popularity, Darius not so much, as his player is much higher. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, also, I'm also like going over the region pair as well. I'm really surprised that Bandle PNZ is the 7th most brought this week. Jinx can. Oh, that's right. That's that makes sense. Yep. Oh. There you go. Of course, yeah. So Spooky Ash had a history of seeing play in the past. I think Spooky Ash really started seeing play when Quietus got released, because then all of a sudden you had like really Ash was like one of the better archetypes for utilizing Quietus when it could kill anything with 2 or less power, so it was way more broken with Ash. It can still kill most things with 4 or less toughness now, but like Soul Harvest is really good with it as well. And then since then there's been a lot more removal release that makes the Frostbite plus SI removal package a lot better. But the main idea with Spooky Ash is that you play an Ash, and then your Ash at some point dies because she blocks or is up against any deck with removal, and she only has 3 HP, etc., etc. Then you play Rekindler to revive some Ashes, and then they all die. And then you play a Harrowing, get like 4 or 5 Ashes in play, and then attack. And then your Ashes all freeze the enemies, all level up. And because there's so many Ashes, they can't like Targon can't, for example, like silence 1 Ash and then block, because there's so many that you can't stop all of them from attacking usually.
Yeah.
And you can't stop all of them from attacking, so they all have their aura saying, units with 0 power can't block, so it's very difficult for your opponent to actually block all these Ashes and survive.
Yeah. And I do want to make a quick shout out to OBS. Thank you, OBS, for the update and messing up my settings to now where Stream can now hear me. Hello, Stream. How are you guys tonight? Yes, the update messed with my mic settings, and it did not change back. So
I've been talking to myself this entire time.
You've been talking to yourself this entire time. But I know Stream didn't hear this, so I'm gonna give you a quick rundown. Tonight, once again, Ninetales versus Arachnobats. Real quick, we have on Ninetales Wasruso, Magalians, Jojo, and on the side of Arachnobats we have Tenstews, Rich Game Buddy, and Arachnobat. And Dragon just gave us the rundown of this deck, so we are going to throw it down to the second deck that Magalians has brought tonight, and that is Shen Jarvan, one of the standard staples. It's been around for, honestly, since Jarvan released, but like he used to be Fiora Shen, and now we're moving on to Jarvan Shen, which is a lot better, just because we have barrier value trades. This deck basically wants to be able to go wide, keep its board value, and just overwhelm the board with just barriers, pretty much, and just control.
Hey, Demacia Ionia mid range is back. Nature is healing.
Yeah, but this deck has honestly proven its worth. A lot of people were kind of iffy on it, and then once people started actually realizing, hey, this deck isn't that bad, it gained a lot of traction and it was probably one of the most predominant standard decks like 2 standard seasons ago. It was definitely predominant last Aegis season for sure.
Yeah. Also, a few interesting choices here, like how we're playing 3 moral support, even though Shen's really the only way to like make it cheaper. Moral support goes to 2 mana when you've supported it all this game, but Shen's your only support unit, so you're kind of relying on him to make it cheaper. But still, 4 mana barrier can be nice. Spirit's Refuge is also like a really good combat trick for healing up against aggro and just like getting some good trades there. All-Seeing Oracle is a way to stop spells for like one specific spell you're worried about, like it's a big spell you need to stop from your opponent, like a War Mother's Call can be helpful there. Yeah. And triple Sacred Protector is a bit interesting for the top end. Usually Shen J4 decks don't have that many cards at the top end. Like, they usually play 3 Jarvan, they only have like 1 or 2 7-drops. So interesting that we're going to opt for all 3 Sacred Protectors here.
Yeah. And moving on to the third and final deck by Manga Leons, we have Galio, Morgana, Elder Dragon, a deck that has been here for a long time. I keep saying it all the time. We do see different variations in the top end, but the lower end always is predominant with just the same cards. Petricide Hound, Broadwing, Badger Bear, Charger, and Balin. Some people have opted in just to choke out these Karma decks with Mage Seeker Jr., like we do see right now, with just a one-of, but a lot of the top ends have been shifted out. We've seen a bunch of different options, but this one is actually kind of interesting because we have Mina Swiftfoot, one of the best 9-drops in the game in my opinion, just because you're able to kick 3 units off the board and just take so much tempo value late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is really looking to have those really big late game swing turns with how its top end is set up. We're playing all 3 copies of Windsinger, which most of these decks aren't going to opt for all 3. And we're also even playing a single copy of Citrus Courier, so we have an access to a rally of some kind, which most decks also are not doing. And then, Spell Suite, pretty standard for like Magical Fettering, Gentleman's Duel, and Sheila Durand. We cut Mage Seeker Inquisitor a while ago after his nerf because he's just not good now.
Yeah.
Like, everything else looks pretty standard, but like our top end, we're definitely playing for those big swings with how our top end is set up. And I think we're kind of hoping to hit like kind of the mirrors. But this deck is also like really good at punishing developments from your opponent. Like your opponent plays their 6-drop, and you play a Windsinger. It's really good tempo for you.
Yep. And moving on to the other side of the match, 10 stews from ABAT. We have Garen, Elder Dragon, Elites. Oh man, this is one of my favorite this is one of my favorite decks, honestly. I love this deck a lot just because it's just Demacia, go face, go wide. What are you gonna do about it, pretty much?
Hey, it's one of the few decks that actually utilize Ardent Tracker really well, because 3-5 with Scout's kind of iffy, but you can make it a 4-5 Scout with like double impact or tough or something like that. It gets a lot scarier, especially when it's only like 1 or 2 mana because you're playing so many elite cards.
Yeah, it's like you get so much value out of like Ardent Tracker and Vanguard Squire as well. It's just insane.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this deck goes out, because opting for Garen is our only champion with the Elder Dragon. Hey, technically speaking, this deck can play Elder Dragon, which would be really funny. And you also can't miss Allegiance because we don't have Allegiance cards in Standard. But we're still not opting to play too many cards outside of Demacia.
Yeah, like very rarely do you actually get to play Elder Dragon and win. I've played at least 50 to 100 games on this deck, and I've only played Elder Dragon and actually won with it like maybe 2 or 3 times.
Hey, maybe we'll see the 2 or 3 times come up tonight in our matches.
Yeah, maybe. Moving on to the second deck of the night, we have Udyr Galio, another deck that has been surprisingly showing up just because of Bladebound Berserker. Bladebound Berserker being pretty predominant unlocking card for Udyr, just because you're able to play your stances on not only Bladebound Berserker but also on the units that you casted it on.
Yeah, for sure. Bladebound Berserker has been a huge help for this archetype taking off. Like, Demacia Freljord has never really been quite there because usually they lack the card advantage. Like, they can get the big stats, they just lack a way to like have card advantage, and you can usually run out of steam. But Bladebound Berserker is really nice because it lets you set up 2 big threats at the same time, which would be really difficult for your opponent to deal with. Also, another thing to note is that it's really good with magical fettering. You get to use it twice and make your tax your opponent 4 mana to play spells again, which is a lot more rough for them because you're paying less than they have to pay to get access to spells, which is a big tempo swing for you.
Yep. And moving on to the third and final deck of 10 stews, Ashe LeBlanc, another deck that we haven't seen in a very, very long time here. Ashe LeBlanc being the reputation deck that it is, stacking up as many 5+ damage hits as possible, basically overwhelming the board with tempo and controlling it as well. On top of that, with Ashe and all some of these Frostbite cards that we have, like Flash Freeze, Brittle Steel, and Harsh Winds, and just basically kind of just wrapping up the game with Incisive Tactician on our top end if we need to.
Yeah, I think this list looks pretty standard. We're playing all really good Freljord Noxus mid-range cards. Freezes help us win combat. We are playing the best combat trick in the game with Sky Splitter. Now we have access to rallies and even duplicating that rally multiple times if you can level LeBlanc as well. I think this deck looks pretty solid, and honestly I think this entire lineup looks pretty well positioned against other Demacia mid-range decks because of how, you know, Demacia relies a lot on power, which Flash Freeze is good to stopping, and then we also have pretty good protection spells to keep our units pretty healthy.
Yes. And with that, let's move it back to the caster desk for one of my favorite points of the night is seeing what everybody's thinking, Dragon. Let's see what we're thinking. Who's gonna be taking this one home tonight? And the community and you and Red, they're all against me. I'm the only one that voted Arachnobats. Arachnobats, they've been a new team. They haven't played in Aegis before. They're showing that they're a force to be reckoned with. Like these guys, I don't think they don't have any big names that are well known in the community, but like I'm a big fan of the underdogs. I'm a big fan of the no names. Like they're here, they're showing that they're here for they mean business and they're not here to play around.
You know, Harsh, that sounds like a lot of intelligent reasons for why you picked Arachnobats. I picked Ninetales because they brought J4 Shen. I'm like, damn, dude, I missed that deck.
This guy.
Good for those guys. I'm gonna vote for them.
This guy. I'm here making the intelligent decisions, and Dragon's like, oh, I like this deck. Let's vote for them.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, I'm voting for Ninetales to take the entire series. I will say, for this specific set between Ninetales and Arachnobats with Magalions versus 10 Stews, I actually think I'd give the advantage to 10 Stews here for this specific matchup. I think his lineup is very good against Demacia, and he's going against Demacia right now.
Fair enough. And moving on to the matchup side now, where we see all of our decks in line here. Just to recap, 10 Stews bringing Ashe LeBlanc, Galio Udyr, Elder Dragon Garen Elites. Magalions bringing Ashe, or is it Spooky Ashe or is it Frostbite Ashe?
It's like a bit of both. I think it's mainly Spooky. It's like, you know, you're playing both of the cards that get bigger with each time you Frostbite, but yeah. I'd say it's probably Spooky Ashe is a better way to say it.
And then we have J4 Shen, and then we have Elder Dragon Galio Morgana, also known as Gem. Dragon, what do we think is going to be banned here on both sides?
Well, as much as I would like to see the deck, I think this is a pretty easy Spooky Ashe ban for 10 Stews. That's the one deck that doesn't really play by the same things that the other decks do. Like, you know, they're playing things like Harrowing, they're playing their own freezes, they're also playing wide removal, which your deck doesn't really want to see. So I think that's probably the easy ban for 10 Stews. What do you think Magalions was gonna ban?
Honestly, probably looking at this deck, probably the Galio Udyr, just because it has Overwhelm. It's able to get Overwhelmed. Like, our decks struggled to get through Overwhelm, especially like our J4 Shen, our Ashe deck, and also just I mean, Ashe doesn't really struggle to get through Overwhelm that much, just because we have hard removal and we have Frostbite, but Galio can struggle with it if we don't get our units on the board, or just be able to apply that pressure early on.
Yeah, I would say the biggest liability I think actually is probably Shen J4, because I don't think they're gonna have trouble like dealing with like if they get like a Udyr in play with regen and it's like start building up like a big regen board. It's gonna be hard for them to take back the board ever. Whereas Gem can at least try to like play Mina or recall or like use their top end to try and wrest back control of the board. So I think, you know, Shen J4 is going to struggle the most against Galio Udyr, so I think that makes sense for a ban.
Yeah. And we will see the bans come out here now. And we do see that Tenstews has banned Jarvan Shen against Magalians, and Magalians has banned Galio Udyr against Tenstews.
Well, I am now intrigued because I think this means we're probably going to see Spooky Ash, which is a deck I have not seen played for a while. So I'm excited to see how it's going to do tonight.
Yeah, the last time I saw Spooky Ash on stream was back in the day. Back in the day when Red Pup Games was playing with Loserbeam was on stream, and Loserbeam was actually like he pulled out his magical bag of tricks. When I just kept looking at his hand and seeing how bad it was, he was able to just pull out every single card that he needed in that specific moment and win the game off of that.
Oh, you see her. You see her. I also remember that. However, I didn't catch the first two games of that series. I only caught game 3 where Loser drew absolutely nothing and died.
Yeah, but the first two games were absolutely immaculate and amazing. Like just watching him play, it just was mesmerizing.
Well, let's see if Magalians gets the first 2 games from that set, or he gets game 3.
Yeah. So we're just waiting on the players to get into game right now. One of the players is having issues getting on to the client right now, but with that, let us throw it to one of the other favorite times of the Night Dragon. What deck are we queuing up first on each side?
So I will say I would like to see Spooky Ash first from Magalians, because I just want to see that deck get played. I can also understand the argument for wanting to play Gem, but I'd like to see Spooky Ash. What do you think Tenstews is going to bring out?
Tenstews, honestly, I think is probably going to bring out... it's actually really, really hard. Like, these decks are kind of, like, even with each other, in my opinion. Like, I think Ash is going to be able to basically be the deciding factor in this matchup right now.
Yeah. The other thing I think is that, like, for elites, is the Spooky Ash removal lines a bit better against elites, because they have a lot of removal for, like, Battlesmith, for example, and the units from the elite stack before they get buffed up too much.
Oh, for sure.
But they also have a bit of a harder time dealing with them later on in the game. But we're going to see if that's going to matter or not.
Yeah. With that, while we wait for these players to get into game, we're going to throw it to a quick break here. We're going to send it to a quick 2-minute break while we wait for these players to get in. So stay with us. We'll be back here shortly.
All right. See you then.
See, that wasn't that bad. Quick break. Once again, 10 Stews versus Magalyons. 10 Stews banned Galio Udyr, and Jarvan Shen was banned on the other side. We are going into game 1 right now with Spooky Ashe versus Ashe LeBlanc Dragon.
Get to see the Ashe mirror, and already we're seeing quite a few impactful cards in Magalyon's hands here. He found the titular card in Ashe. He found a Frozen in Fear, and he found a Harrowing to revive everything later on if he wants to keep that hand.
We see a full kick by 10 Stews, and honestly, not a very great start right now. We have a very, very slow curve, but this Omen Hawk now kind of bringing in to save this curve a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But we also have Brittle Steel found one of its only targets in the deck with LeBlanc here, and with this Soul Harvest in hand, can be very effective.
Yeah, 100%.
But instead, we're going to see the 6-2 come down. Question is, do we see a removal spell? Oh, you see nothing thrown down.
Yeah, it's a unit that can't block. What are we really afraid of right now?
Yeah, plus, I mean, this Brittle Steel is about to go really hard here. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the fact that 10 Stews went for the open instead of a development, which is more correct just because you're playing around this Ashe, and you're also playing around other Frostbite cheeky spells like this Soul Harvest as well. But this being thrown on to the Trifaria Glory Seeker now means that this Soul Harvest will not be used on this LeBlanc now.
Yep, and also because the LeBlanc comes down here, it means we can get in underneath the Soul Heart. We can get in. It's like they can have Brittle Steel to punish, but in this case they don't. But we have a Glimpse Beyond, and actually that's pretty good value here. Plus now you can like go for the Ceaseless Sentry here to have a blocker if we want it. I'm assuming we probably don't want to pass here.
I mean, they're always going to develop here, right?
That's fair. All right, so now it's a matter of what do we want to drop in response to this, because we definitely don't want to pass here.
Yeah, we're dropping Ceaseless Sentry and we're just calling it a turn, but we're dropping Ice Veil Archer just because we want to try to get this, or since they're tapped out, we're going to get the Soul Harvest value out early on now.
Yep, and also like because they have these Frozen in Fears, it's going to really hurt any development 10 Stews can make here as well.
Yeah. We see second Trifaria Glory Seeker. Oh my god. Wait, did Omen Hawk buff both Trifaria? No, I'm sorry, that was
that might have been the Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be a really, really nice Glory Seeker here. Or not, our Trifarian Assessor here to draw 3. Or it could be an Ashe, depending on what 10 Stews wants to go for.
I think pulling this Ashe is perfectly fine right now.
Yeah.
But due to the fact that Magalyons has decided that he's going to drop this Ceaseless Sentry, we're going to be taking a little bit of damage here, and instead of holding up this Harsh Winds, it looks like he wants to save this for later for a more impactful turn.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, we do get to play a Frozen in Fear if there's any develop here. And we do see that, so I'm assuming we're going to see a Frozen in Fear here. That will like shut down one of the attackers and then also give him another blocker, which would be really good in this situation.
Yeah, but it's just gonna get pulled off to the side by the Trifarian Glory Seeker because Ashe hits the highest unit, right?
I actually hit the 3-1 because we've only frostbitten once so far.
No, he's frostbitten twice.
Oh, he did the. Oh, he played up Brittle Steel as well.
And now he's frostbiting 3 times.
Yep. Oh, yep. You're correct. We're gonna frostbite the Overwhelm unit. That way, we're able to block Ashe if we want to. He's gonna be forced to lose 1 Glory Seeker here.
Honestly, I'm okay with just losing 1 Glory Seeker here.
Mm-hmm. I guess the question becomes: do you want the Ceaseless Sentry to go after the bird, or do you want to go after the Ashe? And we're gonna block the Ashe here, which makes sense. Ooh, Eradication's gonna come in here. Not gonna be too helpful this turn, but could be much better next turn. Oh, yeah, probably not this turn. I think you want to pair it with things like the Harsh Winds in hand.
Yeah.
But like, could be really, really good next turn. All right, and now we get a nice Assessor here to draw 3 cards. Unfortunately, those cards were not very good. But, you know, 3 cards is still 3 cards. I think Frozen in Fear would be a really solid play here. Because if they open attack, we can go Harsh Wind's Brittle Steel, and we'd be able to kill the Glory Seeker that comes after us, and then play Eradication afterwards. But we'll have to see. Instead, we're going to opt to go 2 wide here. This is pretty solid as well. This still also importantly leaves the option up for Harsh Winds plus Eradication. But now we can't also pair a Brittle Steel. We want to do both. Still, I think this seems fine. Gives us a good block. And also, very importantly, the 3/4 will get bigger if it gets Frostbitten on the attack. Oh, wait, the Sled Dog got double buffed here, which does matter quite a bit. Tensu's is now 6 wide and pushing quite a bit of damage next turn, even through the Harsh Winds. Have to see what Magal... Oh, God. Magal... Alright, I've given up the name, yeah. We'll have to see what the Spooky Ash player is going to do next turn. We're going to see the open attack coming out here. Gonna see a drag probably in the 4/4. Oh, we're going to see it on the 3/4 instead. Nope, yeah, we're going to see that. Actually, you know what? If we drag by dragging this is actually better, I think, because now the 4/4 is going to get Frostbitten. It won't be able to kill anything it blocks, which will be nice. And now we have to decide what we're going to block here for damage. We do have a Harsh Winds here. That can save us a lot of HP as well. Just have to decide what we want to do. If we want to save our Rhyme Fang pack, or if we want to just go ahead and stop 2 units and then go for Eradication after combat to try and just push through as much damage as possible.
I mean, the Eradication, it only hits 3 units, right? Or it only hits 3 powered units.
3 or less power, but we pair it with Harsh Winds.
We're only hitting 3 units on the board right now.
They're hitting 3 units on the board, and they're killing the Glory Seeker. That's like 4 units out of the 6 that are going away. And then next turn we have a Frozen in Fear. We have an Ash we can play as well, which will then give us an arrow on top, which will completely prevent any open attack they could make.
Yeah,
That's some pretty solid options here.
It's still looking a bit rough in my opinion. Like, yeah, we're taking off this Ash and this Glory and this Saurian, but we still have pretty high units that are able to just jump block into these Frozen Inferiors.
We're not going for Eradication here. Trying to see if they develop anything first that we can kill.
I like taking this I like taking this pass right now, honestly.
To be fair, Tensu has a lot of mana. He's threatening to burn right now.
Yeah, but our only play right now is like an Omen Hawk, but it doesn't really give us that much value. Like, taking this pass here is perfectly fine on Tensu's, and then Magalians just kind of gets forked into a really awkward spot now.
Yep. Oh, he's going to go.
Huh?
Oh, wow. He's saying he needs the draw. Wow, okay. I mean, I think Magalians should be seeing this as a signal to, this is the freest Eradication of my life if he's this desperate to draw cards.
Yeah, that actually is really awkward for Tensu's now, and that just puts him in a really bad spot now.
Yeah, like, sure, that Assessor will draw him a card in 2 turns. But it's only going to draw him 1 right now because nothing else is big enough. Oh, the Saurion's huge, though. That's going to give us another draw and also another unit that will draw us a card from the Assessor. So that gives a lot of refill here to Tensu's. That honestly might just shift things in his favor. But we're going to see a Frozen Fear here come down. Got a big Rhyme Fang pack coming in.
We see second Saurian coming down, hitting a Omen Dog.
Yeah, we got a Sled Dog hit here.
Yeah, Dualski Snow Dog. And we see the Ash come down and flipped now. And we're going to see another Frozen in Fear come out on top of that, I believe. Actually, no, we're tapped out.
Yeah, we are tapped out. That does give us an arrow on top, which will make developments You know, there's a development. You know for a fact there's gonna be a removal spell coming out.
That's a
The second
5/6.
Sledgehog is that, but it also means that this Ashe attack, she's going to die, and that's really annoying here for Magaleons.
I mean, we're okay with that just because we're holding up. Wait, we don't block?
That's surprising.
It's very interesting that we're not blocking this Ashe, honestly.
Yeah. You know what? He's valuing the draw from Assessor because that's gonna be one extra draw from Assessor here.
That's fair.
Oh, we found a really important card here with the Decisive Tactician. That is actually really massive.
And the fact that Magali, we just take the, we just say that we are not able to do anything about this.
I mean, to be fair, he also couldn't do anything about that. He was just dead.
It is true. But
yeah, the Ashe leveling on the one hand, like the arrow is a cool card. On the other hand, it means you know for a fact you're not drawing a Frostbite you can use in combat. So,
for sure.
Yep. Yeah, I will say I don't think Spooky Ashe lines up quite well against Ashe the Block because a lot of the units get have a lot of more power than 3 base, so you have to like pair multiple things to get your removal online.
Oh, for sure.
But this one might not be as bad because a lot of the units don't have that extra power to start with.
We do see the one of Elder Dragon in the side of 10 Stews, but we're probably going to see that kicked away along with this sign-in as well.
And you're
into
correct.
a way better curve.
Yeah. Curve is nicer, but there is not a Battlesmith in hand, which makes it a little bit awkward here.
I mean, it's perfectly fine, though, right?
Yeah. I will say this Icehill Archer is going to go really hard here. But we're not going to see it, actually. Instead, valuing it for a later turn to stop more damage coming down.
I agree with this one.
Yeah, plus, you know, Seasonal Sentry stops the Sithria from coming in. So, you know, fair enough.
So we see Blocking Badger Bear come down.
Yep.
And we're going to see Broadwing Silverwing come down next turn just to get us 2 extra units and actually generate us a ton of value.
Because it makes our Sithria in hand free as well.
Exactly.
We had to go 6 wide here, or we're just going to take this open.
I don't...
For 2 damage and 2 trades, which seems awful.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah.
I don't really...
You know what? I think he's really scared of Eradication.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. Sure.
Like, if you play Birds and then they play Eradication, that's really bad for you, actually, because you lose so many units.
I mean, sure. That does make sense.
Yeah. But now, you know, Magaleons is absolutely nothing he needs to worry about here. So, sees that come down. Now we're going to play the Deathless 4/4, which is not... And then we see the Rhymefang pack come down with 0 freezes this game, by the way. So it's just a 0/4.
Bro, this 0/4 is going to go hard. It's going to put in so much work here soon. Trust me.
Rust. I mean, you are correct. There are 2 Brittle Seals and 2 Archers in hand.
But we are getting into our next turn where we're going to be able to see a lot of value come out from the Citrus Courier next turn.
You know, it'll be really sick. Top deck of Champion Strength.
Nope. Does he have Champion Strength in this deck? I don't think he did.
I think it's a one of.
Yep, you're right. There is actually a one of CS in this deck. Interesting.
Yeah. I see the attack here come in from 10 Stews, but I think we're probably going to see a Brittle Seal in the 3/3 and take 2, and then that cuts us killed at both of the Challenger Birds. He's a very uninspiring board left behind, and this, you know, Orange Man is not really the rally you're looking for.
Yeah, it's not going to get us a lot of value now. So I think we're just going to see. I just think we're going to see a. We are just going to go for the Citrus Courier.
I mean, here it makes more sense because now we can look for Challenger to kill this Ashe. Unfortunately, we don't find it. But we can take Tough and be able to attack pretty freely here. But there's also an Icehill Archer in hand.
But instead we go for Deathless.
That also makes sense because now, you know, this Orange Man won't... If he gets there's a trade here, he's going to come back. Let's get a free blocking with him as well. Can't really kill him that easily. But we're going to see freeze here, so he doesn't really get to attack at all. And now we get to see a really solid attack opportunity here for Magalians.
I think we just go for a sign-in play this turn.
100%. I think it just has to be sign, and it's like the only good option Tensu's has.
I mean, it's that, or we just trim our board a little bit here and play our Silver Wing and our 2/2.
Yeah, I guess we could like play both of our units and go for sign in next round, but we're gonna play sign in now. And sign in will get Challenger, which is pretty big.
Yeah, that's actually massive for us right now.
Yep. And we're still going to take the attack here with Ashe, but now anything can kill her. And we can't use Brittle Seal to save her from the other units walking here like we could have before. And we're going to see that come into effect here. Granted, it's not as bad as Ashe LeBlanc when your Ashe dies, because we are playing Rekindlers, we are playing Harrowings, so Ashe dying isn't the end of the world here.
You basically have 6 Ashes.
Yeah.
But do we ever Vengeance here?
Oh, nah. Definitely not. Like, Magalians doesn't really have any pressure on him right now. Ooh, Eradication's a solid draw here.
Yeah. Eradication is actually kind of huge right now.
Yep.
We're able to basically clear off every single card in Tensu's hand right now.
Yeah. We could even see like a Icefield Archer into Eradication play where we hit the Orange Man.
Is that what we're just referring to Citrus Courier as now, Orange Man?
I mean, he's always been Orange Man.
So we do see the pass by Magalians. He's just kind of feeling out what Tensu's is thinking of doing right now. We see Vanguard Defender come out now.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if now we might see some type of freeze. I think we want to try and use a freeze before we use this Eradication, because we lose our Rhyme pack if we use it now, whereas if we freeze first and then do it, we keep it alive. But right now, we'd like basically be wasting this Brittle Steel. But instead, he's going to opt to... Instead, we're going to opt to save it, and now we're going to have to deal with this attack.
I do like this heads up play by Tensu's by not playing this Broadwing right now.
Yep.
Just because it's not really going to give us challenger value, but it also does play around Eradication.
Yeah.
But instead we're looking at taking 6 damage, going to put us to 8. We are getting... We are getting
another Rhyme Fang pack back, which is important. And also, it puts them in the death pool for this Harrowing as well.
This is also true. It's... Honestly, next turn's not looking that bad for Magalians.
Magalians might be able to threaten some type of lethal next turn.
We're going to see the Soul Harvest come out on this sign in now, but it's going to... Oh, we're not even going to save it.
No. I think there's no... I think he wants to save it to, like, buff up a unit that's frostbitten or something. Or, like, save something that's a higher priority than that.
Yeah.
Alright, so now the question becomes, are we going to see a Harrowing come down here?
I would not be surprised if we didn't. Or if we did.
Yeah. This will give us an Ashe, and we are 2 freezes away from her leveling as well. So we could do that and then play a Brittle Steel and attack and have her leveled. But instead we're going to opt for a Ceaseless Sentry.
I mean, we do have a couple more turns to basically do what we need to do and get rid of these units off of our board just so we get more value out of this this Harrowing. Kind of just grind out this game a little bit longer. We have the tools.
Yeah, also, our opponent is not playing anything. And hey, you know, you said something about only playing an Elder Dragon like a few games when you're playing Elites. Well, I think I know what we're seeing next turn, Mr. Hirsch.
I don't think so yet, just because we have so many Vengeances in this deck. It's not a great idea to pull it out unless we absolutely have to.
Yeah, instead we're gonna opt to play Battlesmith and then go from there.
It's gonna be Battlesmith, Silverwing into Vanguard Defender, right? And then we just
we're probably seeing Silverwing at this point, and then that's probably gonna trigger the eradication, if I had to guess.
So I kind of want to see Icefield Archer into the Citrus Courier right now.
That would be, I would like that play as well, and that's what we're gonna see here. So yeah, Nala's attack is pretty bad,
and we're now going to be able to basically toss our 4-1 and be able to get a little bit more value out of this.
Yeah, I suspect what's gonna happen here is we're gonna throw our 4-4 in front of the 2-2, and we're gonna see the form up then.
Yeah, and honestly, we're okay with that. But here's the thing: we have to throw it in front of the Battlesmith. We can't throw it in front of the Vanguard Defender, otherwise we're not going to be able to trade after that.
I mean, also we're throwing it in front of the Vanguard Defender because we're not playing around that. Oh, we're going to see the glimpse here.
Not a bad play, just getting 3 more cards in hand, whereas Tenstews is honestly struggling with his hand right now.
Yeah, so Tenstews is running out of cards to play, and there's a Vengeance Thing in hand to answer the Elder Dragon. We're not going to end up seeing a attempt to kill this Rhyme Thing, and now this Harrowing next turn is looking a lot more threatening.
Yeah, this Harrowing is looking very, very juicy right now.
And we see another Ash as well off the top. So now we can maybe even opt for going Ash, Frozen, and Fear, and then go for lethal that way. And I think that's what we're going to do.
We have enough to basically play out. No, we don't. We're 1 off.
Oh, Eradication's going to come down here. That's going to be really brutal.
Yeah. Honestly, I would have been okay with Frozen and Fear playing the Rhyme Fan pack.
Yeah, but now we can play Frozen and Fear, and we still have lethal right now. Actually, we do know about the Vanguard Defender in hand. That's going to come down here because Broadwing, as good as a card as it is going to get not blockable, or going to be able to not block because of Ash. And these Rhyme Fang packs are going to get really big.
So we're 1 off.
1 off of lethal here. He's going to opt for killing a unit here instead of blocking the Ash for more damage. And I mean, I think at this point we have to see the Elder Dragon come down.
Yeah, we have to see. Oh, wait.
Actually, Vanguard's that changes things. Actually, yeah, Vanguard Sergeant here is really, really solid. Actually,
yeah, this 4 Domaglio is going to go really, really nice.
I think. Yep, we're gonna see Rhyme Fang Wolf give us more blockers, but still, this isn't lethal because
no, we're gonna get very favorable blocks here. This Broadwing's gonna take this Ash.
Yep.
Actually, we're only getting 1 favorable block here.
Oh, we're not even getting 1 favorable block here. We're gonna see a Harsh Winds kill 2 units, and it's gonna pump up our Rhyme Fang packs to kill them.
Actually, yes, this is true. I forgot about Harsh Winds.
Yep, so... And then, guess what's still in hand? The Harrowing.
But it honestly doesn't matter, because we were able to just open for lethal.
Yeah, lethal open is pretty cool, but imagine we played Harrowing first instead. But we're going to see Magaleon's pull out with it. Now we're on to the final match.
Yeah, so
we have pull up here. Which Elder Dragon Demacia deck is going to prevail here?
Honestly, it's probably going to be Galleon Morgana, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, maybe. I think. They don't have a ton of early game units, so they might end up getting overwhelmed early if they don't draw enough of the early curve. I could definitely see that being the case. We also didn't see the strongest early curve on the side of Tenstews, so.
Honestly,
his hand right now is not that. His hand right now is not that great.
Honestly, we kick Silverwing and we keep the rest. I'm honestly okay with this hand.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You know, we get to see that nice sharp sight keyword there in blocking Badger Bear.
It's just Badger Bear is not really going to get as much value with its keyword in this matchup because it runs 0 elusive units. I mean, it runs
it's going to get absolutely none. Also, they took your advice and made that mulligan that you talked about.
Yeah, like this. Oh my gosh, this hand is just getting better and better right now. Like, we have such a good curve right now. Next turn we're playing 2 units, and we're playing on top of that a Badger Bear as well. It's looking so good.
Oh, that's even better. I will say on the side of Magaleons, he has a pretty solid answer to what's going on 10's side. But still, 10's is going to be able to push through a bit of damage here.
So
and he's going to be able to go 5 wide next turn, but
we're not 5 wide next turn. If we full swing here, we're just 3 wide.
Which is true.
Which honestly,
opting not to offer any trades.
Honestly, throwing in these 2 Cythrias is honestly what you want to be doing in this matchup. Just being able to trim the board and just going around everything. Because now we're getting into the turns where they're going to be able to develop value trade blockers. And now these Petricite Broadwings, or these Petricite Hounds, are just there as chump blockers now.
Yeah.
They're not going to get any good value out of this.
Mm-hmm. He's debating on whether to swing the Badger Bear or not. Opts not to.
Like, 10's is the aggressor in this matchup. He has to go really hard, whereas Magaleons, he has to play for favorable value trades in this match.
Yep. And now we're going to see 10's go full swinging here. Also, you know, maybe not full swinging. He hears his Elder Dragon level up. Something.
Yeah.
But we're going to see here, it's not going to matter too much in the end because we're going to go for the trades all around. And nothing's going to die.
I would be very happy if we see a gentleman's duel on this blocking Badger Bear into this 3-3.
But we will not. Opting instead to try and save it for a better target. Which I guess can make sense. Plus now we can go either play Morgana next turn or play Balin next turn as well. Balin's also really solid here. So let's us use Badger Bear to kill, or use Broadwing to kill something.
I like playing this Garrett here.
Me too, because now God, our Broadwing cannot kill anything. This Morgana can't attack.
And Magaleons is just drawing his top end now. It's really not the great time that you want to see him main a Swiftfoot right now.
Yeah. Does indeed draw second Morgana, which can be pretty helpful.
I don't like this swing that much. I like swinging with Garen. I like swinging with Broadwing, but it's not going to get that much value as we want it to.
Yeah.
Because now this Broadwing is just going to swing at this Garen.
Yep. And now we don't push any damage, and we just lose our Broadwing kind of for free. And now is when the tempo swings are going to be hitting us pretty hard. Yeah, Brandon, there is a sign in hand that is very good. Yeah. Oh, but Shield of the Rand's really rough.
Honestly, this is perfectly fine.
Well, Shield of the Rand's really rough for 10's here because now when he goes to block and kill his Morgana, it's going to survive and keep giving Magaleons more HP.
I'm honestly okay with either taking this damage or swinging in the 1-1.
Yeah, swinging in the 1-1 I think is the best play because, you know, there's only 3. The only boss spell is Shield of the Rand. It's not like there's a form up that a 3-3 would beat that. This wouldn't.
Yeah, you're not losing out on a ton of value, but this sign-in is actually going to get us more value now. And especially now that it has Challenger.
Oh, and we have another sign-in as well. That's pretty big.
Yeah, sign-in is really, really big right now.
Because now we can also go like Cythria into sign-in. And this is before our opponent can play Mina Swiftfoot to really hard punish us. They can go Windsinger here, but honestly, the units that you want to be sending back are like the sign-ins. You really don't want to be sending them back. I guess maybe you could send back the Broadwing.
So we pull.
Yep.
Honestly, that's fine that we're pulling back the Broadwing. So everything but Cythria gets in right now. We pull Morgana with the sign-in.
I mean, honestly, if you pull Morgana with sign-in, I think you can get into everything. Because Bale only goes to 1 HP, so he's basically useless, and it still kills off the Windsinger here.
But we still have...
There's a second Windsinger in hand. Which would be... Or not Windsinger. Shield of Durand in hand, which will let us keep our unit alive. And the Mina Swiftfoot will mean that any future development can be hard punished. Morgana spell also means we can stop a unit that's attacking here if we really need to. But I don't think that'll be important. I think we're probably gonna see Morgana in the 3/3 block here. Yeah, like this. This makes sense.
I kind of wanted to see the Morgana block, honestly, or the Morgana pulled.
Yep. We're gonna choose to keep Balan alive with the Shield at their end. Also kills the opposing sign-in, which is really good for us. Ooh, and Rage Fire Spitter comes down here. That's pretty big. But instead we're gonna opt for Mina. Oh wait, this is actually so massive because this levels Morgana, so it means whatever Shump blocker comes down here gets stopped immediately. So this might just be lethal right now.
Yeah, we got into the later turns where we weren't able to apply enough pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that does kind of just spell the end for 10 Stews now.
Yep. Yeah, even with this 2 HP he's getting here, I just don't think that's going to end up being enough, especially since Mina got impact. Oh wait, his hand's full. That's hands full. Wait, that's huge because now he can't get the Morgana thing, so he gets to survive a turn.
I don't think it's really gonna matter though.
I don't think so either. The main reason it's not gonna matter is because of this
Fire
Mina
Spitter.
Actually.
No, it's not gonna matter because we have Enraged Fire Spitter in hand.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna start off with a 6-cost card here to try and heal 2 more HP because he already got that rune, so it's less likely for it to happen anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're just seeing a Fire Spitter here. Oh wait, that's not Fire Spitter. That's not Fire Spitter. Hang on a second. 10 Stews might actually be able to... Well, here's the thing. He can put down a lot of units here, but because of the Mina Swiftfoot having 2 impact and the 2 elusive units, it's just still really doomed for him. So while it was really cool that he survived last turn, I think in the end it's just not going to matter.
So, yeah, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like, even if we get the best case scenario of getting Challenger on this Ardent tracker, it's like, there's still Morgana spell in hand. It's just going to get stunned immediately.
Yeah.
And then next turn, there's just an open attack. Morgana ability on the sack kills you. Both Windsingers kill you. Mina Swiftfoot impact kills you. Like, Galleons has plenty of options for how he's going to end the game.
I'm just very confused at why we didn't play the Enraged Fire Spitter and just go for lethal.
That would be too simple, Hirsch. Come on.
I mean, I guess I'm just too simple.
We don't find Challenger, which, I think 10 Stews is not going to be able to survive this attack. And I think Magaleons is going to take game 1.
No, this is game 3.
So take the first match. That's what I meant.
There you go. Now we're cooking.
Yep.
So now Arachnobats is down 1 player.
Yep.
And we have to figure out who is going to be sent next in. But for those of you that just tuned in, Magaleon's bringing Frozen Ash, or Spooky Ash, I'm sorry, Elder Dragon Gallia Morgana, and Jarvan Shen taking this first set up 2-1 against 10 Stews on Arachnobats.
Yeah. You know, Tennessee's was also bringing a lineup that was probably targeting Demacia a bit, but I do think Elder Dragon Garen was probably the weakest of the three into other Demacia piles because it can't control the board nearly as well. And as you saw there, like it couldn't finish the game off early. It got overwhelmed in the late game, and that wound up being too much for it.
Yeah, I think on the side of Arachnobats, honestly, if we send in Arachnobat himself, I think that's probably the next the best move into Magaleon's lineup.
Oh, we'll have to see. We've got some time to figure it out, so I guess in the meantime, I think we'll go through a quick break in between the matches as we try to figure out who's going to be up on deck for the Arachnobats.
Yep. Stay with us. We'll be back here momentarily. Welcome back, everybody. Aegis Esports Fates Voyage Beyond LoR League. We are in quarterfinals once again. Dragon, give us a recap of what we just saw last match.
All right, so last matchup, we saw Magalions go up against 10 Stews. We saw Spooky Ash get taken down in game 1. That they were not able to overcome the other Ash variant. However, in game 2, they were able to overpower the Elite deck with their freezes. And in game 3, Gem played against the Elder Dragon Garen deck, and they got to their late game where they drew a lot of their late game cards, and then they got to the late game, played those cards, and they were able to just like get such a big tempo advantage from them that they just won the game.
Yeah. And moving on to the next set, it is Magalions versus, I called it. I really did. I'm so smart. Arachnobat himself.
Hey, a 50% chance of being right.
Come on, man. Let me have my moment. Are you gonna ruin my moment?
Ruining your moment. I'm just adding some central context to it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Just saying, I had a coin flip basically to win. But
exactly, and you won the coin flip because you're just a good coin flip gamer.
With that, let us move straight on into the deck list. We're gonna look at Magalion's decks really quick once again. With Spooky Ash, we saw actually very powerful against the Elite's deck. Not very powerful into Ash LeBlanc. But with the second deck, we have Jarvan Shen. And third deck, we have Elder Dragon Galio Morgana, which we saw win the entirety of the last set. And moving on to Arachnobat's lineup, we have Echo Jinx. Dragon, why don't you take this one away?
Yep. So here we have Echo Jinx. This is one of the biggest. This deck is probably one of the biggest ones that was impacted by the predict changes that came along last patch. For those who were not aware, predict was changed so it no longer shuffles the deck after the predict happens. So now you predict a card on top, then predict again. You will still have the other card on top, and if you predict another card, it'll be on top of that card, so you can kind of stack your deck a little bit. But yeah, other than that, pretty standard list. We have our drop borders. We never want to draw a lot of the predict cards. Then we have our 3 big 4-drop finishers in Voice of the Risen, Echo, and Jinx. The deck aims to just try and level Echo as quickly as possible, then just use the pressure from Chrono Breaks to just bring our board back and aggro our opponent out of the game. Yeah,
the good part about this is if we do draw a drop border, it's not the end of the world because we have a Miriam to throw it back into the deck.
Of course, and we always draw our Miriam to put it back.
We always draw our one-ofs. If I've always learned, we always drew our one-ofs.
I mean, to be fair, we have a lot of ways to predict that one of into our hand.
This is very true. And moving on to Arachnobat's second deck, we have Seraphine Morgana. Kind of the other option to Karma set that we have right now. Just if you're running Karma or set, this is what your secondary option is if you want to bring Seraphine as well. We have basically all of our spells, or all of our one-ofs. You see that it gets cut off with Celestial Impact off the top end. I believe that is the last card of their deck.
It is not. We also have a one-of Sputtering Song Spinner.
Oh, I forgot about Sputtering Song Spinner as well. But basically playing our one-ofs as fast as possible, getting either double cast value out of Seraphine, or just basically getting our value out of Pursuit of Perfection and ending the game that way.
Yep. And then we have our... Well, wait a second, a lot of one-ofs. We do have a few key 3-ofs, which is all of our Seraphines, all 3 of our Sunken Temples, which allow us to just burn through our deck even faster to find our cards that we need, and then our 3 Morganas to help us, control the board, have those extra stuns for combat, and we also have an extra Youngling because it gives us a lot more healing and helps against aggressive decks.
I do also forget that we are also running one of Solari Priestess, which can also generate us a 7... Can it generate... Is there a 7 cost win con in... Lesser units, or are they all like 10 cost?
I mean, to be fair, it can only go 4 to 6, but it can get the Traveler, and the Traveler can find us one of the big win
this
cons.
is true. This is true. So we do have some options to get through there as well. And moving on to Arachnobat's third and final deck, as I mentioned earlier, it is Karma Set, and that is the reason why we're running Seraphine Morgana as well. Basically,
we like the card Sunken Temples, what I've learned from this lineup, and we really like that there's 0 ways to remove it in any of our opponent's decks.
Exactly. But basically what this deck is wanting to do is stall out the game as long as possible until you get to a high or turn 10 where Karma flips, and just basically win the game off of that with set Karma, basically stalling out the entirety of the board until the Nexus hits the magical number 0.
Yep. And one nice innovation I've noticed from these lists is that they're now playing 9 lives, because one big issue that the Karma set players can experience is not really having a lot of things on the board and being kind of weak to open attack sometimes, because you have tag out with concussive palm, but other than that you don't have too many other removal options. So having 9 lives to just get 2 burst speed blockers can be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Although sometimes you can get one drops that can't block.
Fair enough. And moving on to the matchup screen now, to the ban phase. Dragon, what do we think is being banned?
This one's a bit hard to say. I think if you're Arachnobat, this is a pretty solid place to ban either Gem or Shen J4. I think you're perfectly fine playing against Spooky Ash here. You're not playing a lot of units that die to their eradication. Echo Jinx is the only one deck that's kind of vulnerable to that, but they're also playing Rite of Negation there. You have a few different ways to, and like also if your board gets wiped, you have a chance to just revive your board again and hit and like swing back. So it's not too bad. Shen J4 and Gem are a bit more suspicious because like they can control the board and like try to whittle you down. I think Gem is the one that's a bit more difficult to break through because, you know, barriers are a little bit weak to PNZ sometimes because PNZ can pop the barrier at fast speed, so they can't reapply it. And all 3 of these decks have ways to pop the barriers, which might come into play. So I would imagine it's probably going to be a Gem ban.
Well, I'm going to turn this into a game show. And Dragon, you are 100% correct.
Hey.
And what are we banning for the side of Arachnobat?
Well, Mega Leon's banning on Arachnobat. I would ban Seraphine because I just don't like playing against Seraphine decks, but that's just a me thing. I would imagine it's probably actually be a Karma set ban.
And look at that, you're right as well. Karma says...
I definitely didn't see the lock flash first.
Ain't no way. There is no way. So we get to see Spooky Ash going up against Seraphine Morgana in the first set, Dragon.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, also I will say, like, if you suspect Spooky Ash is going to be left up, leaving up Seraphine is a lot better than leaving up Karma set. Because you can actually kill the champions in Arachnobat's deck here with your removal, or without having to like commit another resource. Whereas you need to commit 2 cards to kill anything most of the time in Karma set, and they have a lot more protection with like self recalls and denies.
Yeah. And honestly, on the side of Arachnobat, you're scared to drop the Seraphine at all right now. We're kind of just playing around until we hit turn 5 where we're able to draw our Sunken Temple. Or play our Sunken Temple, not draw it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what pressure is Arachnobat really going to be under here?
There's not any pressure, just because like the only main units that we're able to drop is our Ceaseless Sentry and our 4-2 as well, along with Ash later on in the game, but this Ash is just going to get removed on site.
Yeah, and it could be by Celestial Impact. Mana was not saved for it, so we'll not do that, but that matters a lot because this Ash gets obliterated and not killed. That opens up that means that we can't rekindle her to revive Ash because she was obliterated, not killed. Makes her Harrowings worse as well. And there's not a Glimpse Beyond in the hand of Magaleons to be able to kill the Ash.
This is very, very true.
And that Rocket Barrage is going to go pretty hard next turn if we're see a development from Magaleons.
I mean, we're only seeing a removal of 2 units. That's it.
Yeah. We also could see a potential soul. Like there's a Soul Harvest and a Quietus in hand here from Magaleons, but if you use the Soul Harvest here, it makes your deck a bit worse. It makes now you don't really have it to answer a champion, and that could be pretty bad for you. We're going to see Miriam here. Ooh, it looks like we're refilling spell mana instead of opting for the draw. Ooh, and we get the one we want here for Arachnobat. Oh, this dropping a 0-4.
Yeah, honestly, playing Sunken Temple is probably the correct move here.
Yep. But now we're gonna see removal onto the youngling, and now we're gonna be able to push a bit of damage here. And you can't like use that youngling to heal it back up.
But we are gonna see removal of Ashe though.
Yeah, we'll see removal of Ashe because we're gonna play the Falling Star in hand. But honestly, do we remove the Ashe? Because the Ashe, if we remove Ashe, that opens up Rekindler to be available. We could instead opt for other lines, but then again, Ashe is definitely the most threatening.
I mean, the option is either play the Falling Star on the Ashe or we're playing the Falling Star on the 4/4. Either is fine in my opinion.
Yeah, we're gonna opt for the 4/4 here. I think this makes sense because we don't want to open them up to Rekindler just yet. So,
I mean, fair.
All right, Hirsch. Now for the fun part of the game, we get to play some slots.
Honestly, not some bad hits in the slot machines today.
Yeah, I mean, the second Morgana is really solid here, or Morgana coming back is pretty solid here because she's gonna be 4 mana and tax him by 4 mana. So that's pretty solid. Get to find 1 mana time trick is pretty good. This does mean Seraphine will be able to double it, but you kind of want to find something.
Do we just take this bar and just start cycling it?
Bar is not playable this turn.
I know, but do we just cycle it though, just to make it cheaper?
No, I think we're going for the Telstones to try and kill the Ashe if we need to. Well, yeah, I mean, Arachnobat's not going to play a unit here. This is another weakness that this Ashe deck has in this matchup. If there's no units for you to Frostbite, you can't build up your Rhymefang packs because, there's nothing for you to Frostbite, so you can't really make them any bigger.
Yeah.
So Arachnobat's intelligently holding off on playing any more units to the board right now. I will say though, one big thing here is that we can go Rhymefang. Yeah, we can Frostbite this Morgana and then Quietus her.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid move. It was either that we're obviously hitting one of these units. It's either going to be the Seraphine or the Morgana, but honestly, I'm okay with us losing a Morgana right now. That's not our most important card in the deck. It's more as a stall tool, whereas Seraphines are more valuable unit in this deck.
Mm-hmm. How close is our Ashe? Is 2 away from leveling. Oh, and wow, those. Wow, that's actually crazy.
Ashe is actually 3 away from leveling.
Yeah, well, maybe 2 after the attack.
Yes, 2 after the attack.
But that's actually so crazy that we killed the 3/1 because now the Seraphine doesn't need to block. Brandon, we'd see in hand there's 7 mana we can spend to stun all of these units.
One thing to also keep in mind, there is one more flash bomb in the deck as well. So if it does hit this Ashe, it does open it up for more removal.
I thought we already got both of the flash bombs. They killed our 2/1 and killed that 3/1 right there.
No, you're right.
Yep.
I absolutely missed that.
Yep. So the question I think is, do we drop this bar here?
Oh, we're 100% dropping this bar right now.
Yeah, like I think it was pretty safe to drop this bar. And then honestly, Magali, Arachnobat's at 6 HP staring down 3 units, but I would honestly be favoring Technobat if they were in this situation here.
Ooh, and we drew the Seraphine weapon. I forgot what it's called.
Inspired plans.
Inspired plans. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see it come back, but
nope, we are.
Oh, we did. Yep, but now this count's gonna get applied to all of these cards.
We gotta play star shaping here, right? Like, we absolutely need to.
Star shaping seems like a pretty solid play here, I would say.
So we star shaping, and then we why can't I think of the name of this card? The other heal spell that we have in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine starting off with a lure here, because I don't think we want to use our sunburst on anything really. Like, we actually kind of don't want to kill the Ashe, because then it opens up for Kindler. But Ashe is 2 away from leveling, and we do know about the Harsh Winds in hand, so we could see like a Harsh Winds attack with leveled Ashe come through next turn. And if there's not a Hush in hand for Arachnobat, it could be really bad. Also, honestly, like if you just do that, this run thing packs are going to be 6/4s. So we actually might want to be using the removal on those.
So just taxing mana out of the side of Magaleons with this Morgana right now.
Yeah, little does Arachnobat know, Magaleons has absolutely nothing in their hand they want to be playing right now. But
the Seraphine can't flip anymore this turn, but we're still pretty close to flipping the Seraphine as well.
Yeah, but like honestly, if you don't remove one of the Rhyme Fang packs, you're in very big danger of just being dead next turn for Arachnobat's side. We see the Harsh Winds in hand. Ashe is going to level if we don't kill her right now. Like, this could be really bad if we don't draw any of our stuns.
Honestly, yeah, we do have to see the Sunburst come out now. It's just a matter of what is our main target. I think it's going to be the Ashe. No, we're going to see Aftershock instead come out for this Ashe instead.
Yep, and this is going to be responded to with a Glimpse Beyond.
So now this is putting Seraphine at 7. Still has the potential to flip next turn.
I mean, she can flip right now, honestly.
I mean, yeah, we still can flip this turn, but I don't think we're ever burning that mana.
That's fair. Also, this does mean now Magaleons kind of has to open, and also he gets to take the attack here with this Morgana.
Oh, we're gonna see actual Pale Cascade. We're gonna see no, we could actually play Pale Cascade here and actually get a lot more value out of this Barkeep.
Yep.
But instead, playing it safe, playing around a Brittle Steel.
Yeah. Yeah, Brittle Steel makes that play a little annoying.
So the nice thing about this play is it now takes us outside of lethal range.
Yep. At least theoretically. If we don't have a response next turn to this Ashe that gets brought back from a Kindler, it could be pretty bad.
So we're going to see the Guiding Touch come out.
Seraphine is now leveled. It's not a situations Megalians just wants to see himself against, you know, leveled Seraphine, both landmarks in play. 4 blockers as well. So, and he doesn't have enough to go for Kindler Harsh Winds, which is also really important.
Ooh, and we do have enough removal this turn to actually stabilize even further.
Yeah, it's not looking great here for Magaleons, because, you know, we see a High Note and Mystic Shot, which will clean up both of the Run Fang packs if they were to attack. If there's a development, we can play either the 4-mana double obliterate, we can play the Rocket Barrage, or 4-mana obliterate, we can play the Rocket Barrage. We're going to see the Ashe come down here. I'm assuming this will be met by a Rocket Barrage.
No, I kind of want to get more value out of this Rocket Barrage, honestly. I think greeting it just for one more turn, just to cycle it down to 2, so Seraphine is able to double it.
Instead, though, we're going to see a Celestial Impact to obliterate the Kindler, so there's no extra revives, and then a High Note to just wipe out Ashe and the 4/2, which I think makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, I do like this line a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we have Morgana as a 5/6 tough unit, it's just gonna put a lot more pressure on these Rhyme Fang packs.
Yeah, I think at this point, Arachnobat's pretty solid in their game position. I will say the 1-1's a bit awkward. Like the Scraps color is a bit awkward now because now we find Cat. We can't actually get it into play. And Magallanes is playing a lot of freezes to deal with Cat as well. We're going to see if Frozen Fear come down here. This lets us actually try to attack with these Ryan Fang packs a little bit and push some form of damage. Rakdobat can remove them pretty easily with the removal they have in hand. And I'm assuming we're going to see some form of removal coming down here on some of these. Yep.
I don't know how I feel about playing that Rocket Barrage, honestly.
I mean, it's because the Barkeep now just trades pretty well. And we can go like block with Barkeep, Mystic Shot the other one. And this now we're like not taking any. We're taking 1 damage here, and the board's completely clear. And like Arachnobat, the world is his oyster, and now he finds Cat. This also means that if he finds Cat, he can play it. I will say there is a Ruination in hand for Magellians. So he, like if Arachnobat plays Cat, he can just wipe the board, and that's probably his only line to get out of this situation. But no Cat coming down here. Also finding a black shield, which will prevent any damage from occurring or any removal from really working here.
Wait, is this it's a 2-mana star shaping? And we get a Living Legends on top of that. That is so massive for Arachnobat right now.
Yeah, I know the worst of all is he has enough mana to actually play that.
Wait, where did we get this confront from?
Hey, you remember that weapon that we put on Seraphine so long ago?
Oh, right, I forgot.
Yeah.
So Arachnobat only pushing 3 damage this turn, still putting a lot of pressure on the side of Magallanes just because we haven't been able to find a harrowing yet to kind of just seal the deal in this game.
God, he still has enough mana to play Living Legends again. Oh, man. Granted, Living Legends probably isn't that good right now because we have 0 hand space.
Yeah, like we're able to dump our hand a little bit here by playing this spectral or.
Also, hey, you know what? Technically speaking, Magallanes can kill the Seraphine.
No, we can't because we have Spell Shield.
No, but we also have the other card in our hand, Soul Harvest. Yeah, we also have the Soul Harvest to kill the Seraphine.
I mean, but it's gonna tax so much out of Magallanes.
The Brittle Steel actually mattered. Was a lot better actually. But now you can also use it to kill the second Seraphine. It's gonna come down after the first one.
This is actually true. But instead, we're gonna play our Destroyer and just play for our win con here.
Yeah. It's not looking great for Magallanes, you know. Hey, remember he's at 6? Remember how Rakdobat was at 6 HP a while ago? Well, now he's at 20. And Magallanes has like 2 cards in hand, and Rakdobat's gonna have a full hand like the rest of the game.
The one thing this deck is not that great into is control decks. This deck does not do well into other control decks.
Yeah, and yeah, there's this other Seraphine.
Oh, we generate Ebb.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we take Explorer's Blunder on Arachnobat's side because, you know, that can get rid of Overwhelm from our pack. That can get rid of Deathless if we find another 4/2. But, like, there's not really much Magallanes can find here. Maybe if we find Harrowing off the top, which we didn't. But, yeah, no.
Arachnobat just has so many answers in hand right now. And I'm pretty sure that this pursuit is turned on as well.
I would be very shocked if it was not turned on. We can also use our Seraphine's High Note to kill this 3/1 in one of our units to give rooms for it. We're going to opt instead to just murder the 3/1. We don't actually need to do anything here. On our Acrobat side, like we have lethal on open right now.
So we're gonna see this this rekindler come down, and it's just gonna get met by I don't know why I'm blanking right now.
It's just gonna get high noted.
No, it's not gonna get high noted. It's the
Hexpliterator.
Thank you. I don't know why I'm blanking today. It's gonna get met by Hexpliterator and just take it out of the pool in case we do end up drawing a arrowing.
Yeah, because this we could see, like, you know, Hexpliterator, the rekindler, double shoot the Ash. Also, by playing Ash, we just told our opponent we're drawing an arrow next turn off the top, which means we only have the one card in our hand as an answer to whatever they could do next turn.
I mean, if we're able to actually, yeah,
we're
never
gonna
mind.
play Morgana.
Yeah, we're just winning on the open now.
Yeah. This will stop both of the blockers from being able to do anything.
Yeah, and there's no answer there's no answer on Magalyon's side.
Yep. And then here we're also just going to say, we're going to make room for our cat and murder you.
This is actually really funny. I like this a lot.
And cat is at 25 cards, so you are correct. It had enough.
Just enough. Just barely.
Just barely. All right, I think ABAT might have this game, Hirsch. What do you think?
I don't know, man. I think he still needs a little bit more. But with that going through the motions, just Arachnobat just taking the game one for the side of Arachnobats. This is going to be a mouthful. Arachnobat playing for Arachnobats.
Yep. Now it's going to be up to Jinx Echo here to close out the game. I will say, I think SI Ash will have a much better time against Echo Jinx than it did against Seraphine Morgana. Maybe because there'll be a lot more units that actually Frostbite here, and they're a lot more vulnerable to their... They're also really vulnerable to their removal. Like, there's no pump spells in Echo Jinx. Frostbiting Echo... Also, Frostbiting Echo is actually really good, because then he kind of can't do anything if he chrono breaks.
This is very true.
Yeah, like, if you just, like, Frostbite and Echo, he doesn't get the thing, but he also doesn't die, so you can't revive him with full power. Which I suspect will be a plan that they're going to try to implement here for Ninetales. Magalyon's. Oh, unfortunately, Arachnobat did the thing where he drew a drop board in his opening hand after mulliganing it away.
It's okay. We draw our Miriam right now. Trust. I mean, he has a lot of, like, predict options here. He gets the world is the oyster for which one he's going to pick. And he found a drop border as well. See? We're fine.
Yep.
Honestly, this is probably a skip position.
Yeah, I don't think he really... Maybe he picks Jinx because he can, like, kind of just put his entire hand into play on turn 3. So his idea is, like, you know, I can play Jinx and just, like, kind of be guaranteed what I want. And he did take the Jinx, it looks like.
The aspiring Chronomancer come out now. What do we get? We get our one of Miriam to cycle in our drop border back, but I don't think that's what we're going to be looking for right now.
No, I think that one was a skip. I think maybe you take Feral and try to flip your Jinx next turn, but or on curve, but probably not.
Honestly, flipping your Jinx with how Magalyon's hand looks right now is not a bad idea.
Yeah, honestly, if he just, like, predicted 2 Feral Prescience the last 2 turns, he could just have his Jinx flipped on turn 4, which would be really funny.
Yeah.
And probably die really quickly, but...
It's a very risky move, and it's very bold.
Yeah, I think he just really wants to find his Echo.
Yeah, like, finding this Echo right now, just to be able to get these chrono breaks into the deck as soon as possible is basically one of our outs here.
Yep. We'll say means the Arachnobat's not pushing a lot of damage early. We'll say Magalyon's does not have very much, if any, healing in his deck. As a matter of fact, I don't think he has any healing at all. So, you know, this damage that we're pushing right now isn't a lot, but it will matter because it's going to stick.
Yeah.
And we do have a few Mystic Shots in the deck for over-the-top burn. And, you know, we are, like, just putting our hand into play. Honestly, it actually might just be... Oh, wait, we found Echo. Never mind. All right.
We're perfectly fine. We're built out. It only took cycling through our almost our entire hand just to find the Echo. No,
Hey, it only took 5 predicts to finally find Echo.
The nice thing is if ArachnoBats cycled his hand or predicted his hand well enough to be able to flip this Jinx next turn.
Yeah. Oh, also, this is a bit awkward for ArachnoBat because now you kind of don't want to play Echo. Because if you play Echo, then he just gets, you know, then obviously we attack with Ashe. Echo gets frostbitten and then he's open to removal.
Yeah.
So instead, opting not to play Echo here.
I can honestly
And then we're just gonna go.
this.
Yeah, and then we're gonna go for the open. And, you know, Ashe having 1 HP versus 2 doesn't matter in this matchup that much. Like, it matters if Jinx levels up and the rocket comes down, but if that happens, you have other problems to worry about.
Yeah, and honestly, I think now we're gonna see the Echo getting played.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see the Echo immediately die.
I mean, it's fine because like Echo's done his job. He's cycled in the chrono breaks. We don't need any more. We're playing more towards the Jinx win con now.
Yeah. Importantly, though, you know, we're gonna see the removal here because, you know, like probably gonna see Vengeance because, you know, we want to see the mana, the less mana has and stuff. I think for the future. I will say it does put us in a bit of a bind if ArachnoBat does find a Chrono Break with this Time Trick in hand. I'm assuming we probably won't see Time Trick right now because we want to wait. We want to drop Jinx and then Time Trick after she's in play, so that way we can like flip her with that on the stack, so we get to keep the card in hand.
So the most ideal line here is this actually right here. We play this Jinx, play the Mystic Shot on the stack, then we play the Time Trick and hope we get a Chrono Break. Actually, no, that's actually not enough mana still.
Yeah, but oh yeah, it's like super hard here for Megaleons because now it's like you want to save your mana to answer some of these plays from ArachnoBat, but your health total is 8. And ArachnoBat's going to be able to push at least 5 damage here, you have to imagine.
Yeah.
Like, I would imagine we're going to like, see the Mystic Shot just thrown at Nexus right now, but we're not going to. Yep, okay, I was going to say, yeah. Next, you want to throw the Mystic Shot at Nexus now, because they remove Jinx when you drop her, and you have Mystic Shot in hand, you can't level her with just the Time Trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the Jinx come down. I'm gonna assume Megaleons would love to just go Iso Archer and kill that, but instead we're gonna opt here to kill the Jinx with this Soul Harvest. They have exactly enough mana for Rocket, so the Ashe is gonna go away. And let's see what we find here for ArachnoBat. We find Voice of the Risen, Clockling, and Chronomancer. All 2 of them are pretty good for the 4 drops. I don't know which one I'd go with over Voice of the Risen or Clockling. What do you think, Hirsch?
We probably take Clockling here just to cycle for more burn.
Yeah, that makes sense to me because, like, you know, opponent's only at 3 HP and don't have any healing again, so. Another Jinx, we drop a level Jinx and no cards in hand. That is just game.
Yeah, and now this takes out one Frostbite out of Megaleon's hands now with this Ashe going off the board.
Yep. I assume we're probably gonna see that we're gonna see this into Icefield Archer probably, and then we're gonna see a Flash or Harsh Winds probably on the attack. I would imagine ArachnoBat's. Oh. Okay, no. We're going to see that. Yeah, I would imagine ArachnoBat's probably just going to open. Even if it's not lethal, it makes it so Mystic Shot is lethal now. And like it would force out a Harsh Winds or another big freeze if they didn't want that to happen.
I would be honestly okay with just developing here.
That's also fair.
Ooh, and we find Jinx. That's actually just game.
Actually, we found Chrono Break. Is that actually just better here?
No, Jinx is just way better here.
Yeah, I guess we can play Jinx. Jinx will be lethal next turn because we can't play Jinx this turn and level her. So I guess yeah, we can just like get Jinx. That wins us the game for sure next turn. There's probably nothing Legoleons can do to stop this.
So
he also might be debating going Chrono Break and then playing his 1-drop and just being able to attack twice this turn.
Yeah, so we play Jinx, or we
play our 1-drop this turn.
We play our Forsaken Bakai, cycle in. Hopefully, if we cycle into a Chrono Break, that's kind of just that's kind of the nail in the coffin right there. Never mind. We have lethal 3 ways.
Gets to live at 1 HP here, I believe. Yep. But there's a Mystic Shot we just saw get put on top of the deck, so that's just game right there. And it looks like Arachnobats gonna take this one home for the Arachnobats.
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? I missed that.
Arachnobats is gonna take one home for the Arachnobats here, it seems.
I'm sorry, my headset just died. Can you say that one more time?
Can you consider getting a better headset?
It's a wireless headset diff. But yeah, with that,
now the question is, will Arachnobat be kind and let us see the leveled Ash? No. Unfortunately, yeah, Spooky Ash not gonna have enough steam there. Gets burned out of the game, and that's gonna be a 1-1. And now we got our series on our hand, folks.
Yes, we do. It's not going to end up in a 3-0 like every other off-stream match usually ends up in.
Yeah, we're on stream here. We only do 3-2s. What can
exactly. So with that, we do see Arachnobat taking a swift 2-0 for Arachnobats for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah.
But with that, we're going to be thinking about who Ninetales is going to be sending in next. And honestly, you're probably going to be sending in Was Russo, right?
I would imagine. That makes the most sense to me.
I feel like Was Russo has such a good lineup into Arachnobat's lineup.
Yeah, but we get to see the Karma Set mirror. That's always fun and exciting and interactive, isn't it?
No, because Karma Set's going to be banned. I'm going to make sure.
True.
I'm going to make sure that happens.
Hershey is gonna furiously message him saying, "Hey, if you guys don't ban, if one of you doesn't ban Karma's Set, you're getting banned from Aegis."
Yeah. But with that, we're gonna send it to a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back momentarily for the next match. Sit tight, stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily.
See you folks then.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. sun. Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this seed to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Welcome back, everybody. Aegis Esports, Fates Voyage Beyond. I'm still Hirsch. That's still Dragon. Dragon, give us a quick recap of what we just witnessed last match.
All right, we saw Arachnobats of the Arachnobats representing the Arachnobats going up against Ninetales. Oh god, I forgot his name already.
I'm sorry. What was the player's name again? I missed it.
Arachnobats of the Arachnobats. He was representing the team Arachnobats.
Okay, thank you. I got that now.
We can stop doing this bit now.
No, this is going to be a bit for the rest of the show because.
All right, I think don't worry. I've solved enough time to remember Megaleon's name, and unfortunately for him, Spooky Ash did not fare so well this time around, as he was not against the mid-range decks he got the prey on in the first set. He had to go up against Seraphine Morgana in game 1, and while he got the opponent down to 6 HP, they were able to drop Temple, Seraphine, and Bar, which is kind of a death sentence to anyone playing LOR and wanting to have a fun game. And turns out he did have a fun game. And then after that, Mono Ash went up against the Echo Jinx deck, and while he was able to get an Ashen on board, he just got whittled down early game by the wide board. There's a Jinx that leveled up and got played, and kind of just died to like a bunch of burn.
Yeah, it honestly was an unexpected way of how Magaleon loses, because honestly, as long as we found harrowing in that deck, I think we were perfectly fine.
Yeah, but honestly, by the time he could have played harrowing, he was kind of already dead.
Yeah, but with that, we have Lost Russo versus Arachnobat, representing Arachnobat, playing for Arachnobats. So let's go over his decks real quick. For Was Russo, we have Karma set, honestly, card. Well, actually, no, I lie. It's not card for card from Arachnobat's list. The only thing it's missing is why do I always forget it? It's the bounce card, the top end bounce card.
Oh, Unworthy Soul.
Unworthy Soul, yes, thank you. It is missing Unworthy Soul, and I believe it is teching in one more of Nopify.
Yep.
But,
something like that. That sounds about right.
But moving on to his second deck of the Knights, we have Elder Dragon Galio, or Elder Dragon Morgana Shyvana. Why don't you take this one away, Dragon?
Yep, so we've already seen two variants of Elder Dragon Demacia with, we saw Gem earlier, we saw Elite's version, and now we get to see the next version, which is Shyvana Morgana, which is playing much more heavily into the dragons aspect of Elder Dragon, like actually playing for him as a, you know, he comes down with the, he actually has a pretty good chance to level in this deck, and playing, you know, more of his kin. Lotus the Gallant is a big piece of this deck because he lets us spread out the boons. So like if we play our big 6 drop cards, it puts a boon on all of our dragons, which can get out of hand quite quickly. Cloud Drake lets us play out more cards quickly, especially if we can give it Deathless and have it die. One thing about this deck is it can play a bit slower. So a lot of our big impact cards are a bit more expensive, but we also have a pretty decent chance to get off to an explosive start with like Shyvana and Screeching Dragon cards like that. So have to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, honestly, this is probably one of my favorite versions of the deck, and that may or may not be a hot take. I think playing for the Dragon Boon, or playing more towards the Dragon Boons instead of more towards different top ends, just for board-based top ends that are outside of the Dragon Boons is a lot better in this version, just because there's so much synergy with the Dragon Boons. Why not just play for more of the Dragon Boons, right?
Exactly.
But moving on to Was Russo's third and final deck of the night, we have a deck that is after my heart, Darius Nar. I love this deck so much. It is one of my favorite aggro decks in Standard right now. Just basically looking to aggro down with value, as I like to say, Omen Hawk, Yodulski Snowdog, and Glacial Saurian, just to get as much value, squeeze as much value out of this aggro deck as much as possible, building up big, cheap cost units to be able to overwhelm the opponent, and just finishing off the game with Darius or Nar or any of our other top deck spell or top end spells such as Battle Fury and Decisive Maneuver as well, and sometimes also the cheeky one of Three Sisters with Entomb.
Or yep, something Rico Rex overwhelm Ooga Booga go face.
I feel offended. But
that sounds like a you problem.
But with that, we will throw it to the matchup screen right now, where we'll see all the decks in one place, going back over Arachnobat, playing for Arachnobats, representing Arachnobats. His lineup is Karma Set, Morgana, Seraphine, and Echo Jinx. We did not get to see the Karma Set as well, and I hope we don't get to see it as well we don't get to see it again this time as well. But what are we thinking our ban's gonna be for each team?
Hard to really say. I mean, personally, I'd like Karma Set to be banned for both these players, then we don't have to sit through that, but I imagine one of them is gonna feel like they can ban something else. Like Was Russo might want to ban Echo Jinx because it's the more aggressive deck that can finish them off quickly, which might be a liability for the Shyvana deck. It does play a bit to the later game, and you draw poorly can be bad. Also, like Echo Jinx can like be really aggressive and actually just out aggro you on Darius sometimes. Yeah. Especially if you don't get your buffs and like just hit your, again, like there's definitely hands where like you hit more spells than units and don't have a wide enough board to stop them.
I think honestly, in my opinion, Arachnobat is going to ban Karma Set.
I can definitely see that. Karma Set is also the only deck here that can remove Temple, which is like makes the matchup absolutely like if your Temple gets removed, it makes your deck significantly weaker for both Karma Set and Seraphine. So just like getting rid of the only deck that can remove that is a big help. Like, even though there's a huge tempo loss from it, you can usually make up for that with like how many cards you're drawing at reduced cost, getting a new hand, and you have plenty of stuns in both Karma Set and Seraphine. You're not too worried about the Darius Nar deck getting through one big attacker usually, or the Shyvana deck either.
But on the side of Lost Russo, I honestly think you're never banning the Echo Jinx deck. 100%, because I honestly think Elder Dragon Galio or Elder Dragon Shyvana Morgana, with how much board-based tempo it offers, is easily able to get through this deck without any issues, and how many combat tricks it runs as well. But on the side of Araknobat, as I was saying, honestly, you're probably either looking to ban either the Morgana Seraphine deck just because it has so much more removal, or you're banning the Karma Set. But I think you're more leaning towards the Seraphine Morgana, just because you're looking at more cheeky stuns, you're looking at more cheeky bounces, whereas Karma Set is kind of straightforward. You know what to really play around, right?
Yeah, it's a lot harder to play around what you could possibly see from Seraphine because there's so many one-ofs.
Yes.
And also, like, some of the one-ofs can blow you out a little bit harder than what can happen in Karma Set. Like, for example, the double stun celestial whatever is a lot more devastating for you. Yeah, Celestial Impact is a lot more devastating than like a Concussive Palm, for example. So
yeah, it's really difficult to tell. Like, it's one or the other, and I think honestly, if I were in the position of Lost Russo, you're 100% betting the Morgana Seraphine deck, because me as an Ash or a Darius Nar player, a lot of people say, oh, this matchup is more Karma favored, this matchup is more Darius Nar favored. I think it's more Darius Nar favored. It's kind of it all depends on the hand states, really. Like, if
also, you know, there's 0 Cosmic Younglings in Karma Set and 2 in Seraphine Morgana.
Also true as well. That little 2 mana 1/4 that heals the Nexus 1 and heals itself 1 is the most annoying card in the world, and especially when they drop more than one copy of it, it is very, very suppressing. But we are waiting for bans to still come in, so we are going to throw it to a quick break here while we wait for the bans to come in, and we will be back momentarily. Stay with us, guys. Welcome back, everybody. We are back. We finally have each player's bans now, and I will show them to you. I definitely did not convince and mind control these players into banning both Karma sets. No way. No way, Jose. No, I'm being real. I actually did not. This was on their own free will.
Yeah, it was on their own free will, and Hirsch telling them, please ban Karma set.
No. But with that, what deck do we think is going to be queued up first, Dragon?
You know, I think we're going to see I would imagine Gems doesn't, or not, we're not seeing Gem. Sorry, the Shyvana deck seems pretty solid first off for the Wasruso. And then probably for Arachnobat, I imagine seeing the Seraphine deck, because that's like really good. It's pretty good in Darius Nar with the stuns and the Youngling, and has answers for the Shyvana deck.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And we're itching to get into this game to see the outcome.
So anyway, I can't wait to see Darius Nar versus Echo Jinx game 1.
Honestly, yeah, I can't wait for it too. Darius Nar and Echo Jinx can go either way. It's I feel like it would be more Darius favored, but like if Arachnobat is able to shape out his draws into the way that he needs to very, very well, it could be very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Arachnobat, on the one hand, he doesn't have any. He only has Mystic Shot for removal, so he can't really kill any of the units outside of walking them and whittling them down most of the time. But on the other hand, he does have 2 Quicksands, which can be a game saver against Overwhelms.
Yeah. Who do you think? Just based off the lineups, I know I kind of said it already, but like, what is your opinion on who do you think is going to win this match?
Well, you know, I think the main winner here is the audience, because we don't have to watch Karma set this game.
I can hear.
No, I'm not saying we're biased against Karma set here. I'm just saying we're definitely biased against Karma set here.
No way, Jose.
No way.
But we're just waiting on these players to get into game right now. They should be going through their own ban phase on their side and figuring out what deck they're going to be playing first. But I am very excited for this set right now, just because I love seeing. I just love watching Darius.
Yeah, hey, you know, people said the 1 HP buff Darius got it wasn't gonna matter, but here he is seeing playing a real deck. Now, is it because 0 other champions in Noxus have Overwhelm baseline? Maybe, but who's to say?
So my favorite reason of liking Darius is because we get decimated in standard.
True. I will say Wasruso probably wants to ship this hand back again, even though he's not able to, because he ain't doing anything this game.
This is rough.
All right.
Holy, honestly, yeah,
probably set up to lose this game with his hand.
Yeah, with this hand, I'm honestly okay to just say, all right, you win. Let's go next.
Yeah, and there's also 2 Younglings in Arachnobat's hand and a Sunburst. It's like,
so remember when I told you that I basically, I think I actually cursed this. I say if Wasruso didn't draw a very good invest hand and Arachnobat draws both Cosmic Younglings, it's gonna be really, really rough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what does Arachnobat have to do here? He's like, I'm just gonna chill, man. Like, now he can go for the Sunburst if he wants to here, and still play the other Youngling. Yeah, I imagine we're just gonna see the Sunburst here. You cannot save it with the Sky Splitter because it's gonna get silenced.
Yeah.
Honestly, now he just gets to jam in for a damage for fun if he really wants to. There's like 0 reason not to, I don't think.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Actually, yeah, there is. Play the other Youngling so we can get in for 2 damage. There we go.
True. You're right.
Yeah, like Omen Hawk blocking doesn't matter at all because it just is going to heal up next turn. So
yeah.
Now we're gonna see the Gnar come out here, but like
I think it's gonna get
you're like, It's like, I'm just gonna play a temple. Yeah, like there's nothing stopping you from just playing temple here. Gnar is probably gonna level here. I don't think you really want to block with the youngling and watch it die to a pokey stick.
Yeah, I agree. Taking 3 damage to face right now in Arachnobat's position is very, very okay because we're just healing back 2.
Yeah, we're healing back 2 next turn. This deck has a ton of healing cards already. Like, not really scared. Also, like, Wasuso only has 1 other unit he can play in his hand right now.
Yeah, this is very, very rough. So, like, hopefully this pokey stick will be able to help fix this curve. Oh my god, this is painful. This is actually really painful right now.
Well, there's a Morgana, which is going to make things even more sad. Yeah, we're going to see a tough speaker come down here just so we have another unit to put into play. I'm imagining we might see a Morgana come down, but I mean,
I don't think we do see this Morgana come down. Oh, maybe we do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is like, Wasuso's probably kind of thankful this Morgana's coming down here because it lets us actually spend our mana here. But like, Arachnobat's at full HP. He has got 2 temple cycles. He still has a lot of mana left. You're not anywhere close to getting lethal here.
Okay, we have a Snow Dog.
Oh, but there's a 6 mana bar in Arachnobat's hand. And also a Celestial Wonder that's been reduced to 4 mana.
I'm legit.
He's at full HP on turn 7.
I am legit crying on the inside right now, Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think Wasuso's in a very good position in this game.
No, he's really not.
On the bright side, he can play Battle Fury right now. On the other hand, doesn't even matter. We're gonna see the bar come down here. This does mean Celestial Wonder can't come in here. However, I don't know if that really matters.
No, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So we're okay with just saying that this Cosmic Youngling is gone. It's done its job, but
yeah. I guess we just like probably throw the 3/3 under a bus. Oh, we're gonna go for this.
I don't like this now. I like holding on to it.
Actually,
later.
I don't know if I hate this right now, because now what we can do, this lets us make it so the Morgana can't block at all, so we can get in with our non-overwhelm units as well. And then if something blocks the Omen Hawk, we get to pokey stick it down. I will say we can go for Arachnobat can go for Black Shield here, and he would be able to play. Yeah, he's gonna do that. And then he's gonna be able to play the shackles here to make it so Morgana can block. Recognizes that he kind of wants her to be able to block right now, but instead we're gonna say the pokey stick right now so they can't block with Morgana.
I do like this line from Wasuso now.
Yep.
I imagine we're just still pulling the Cosmic Youngling. I would like to see the Cosmic Youngling be pulled by the Yadilski Snow Dog. Well,
yes.
Well, here's the thing: we get so much value trade out of it, but if we pull it with the 6/3, it actually does open up a lot more valuable trades. Whereas if we pull it with the Yadilski Snow Dog, we lose our 6/3, right?
Right. Like they just do that, block our. They take the 6. They do this value trade with the 6/3, block our Omen Hawk with the other one, and then they call it a day. Yep, so that's what he's gonna do here.
Yeah.
We're gonna see those blocks. does push 9 damage and gets rid of a youngling, which will let us push more damage in the future. And actually, we can kill the other youngling right now if we want to commit this pirouette. I imagine we don't, but if we did, we could.
I mean, I'm perfectly okay with committing this pirouette right now, just to be able to slow down this game even further, which is what we kind of want to do, right?
Right. I will say there's a lot of cards in Arachnobat's hand right now, and he's going to be able to cycle through them very cheaply. The Seraphine's close to leveling. He has both of his landmarks in play right now. There's a Caustic Rift in hand now.
What if I told you, Dragon?
What's that?
That the Seraphine is not very close to leveling.
I would believe it.
Would you believe me that it's at 209?
Oh, I would not have believed you it's at 2 of 9. I would have believed you it's not close to leveling. I think it'd be at 2 of 9. I mean, like, I think at this point, Arachnobat is going to say goodbye to this board that you've had.
Yeah, like, oh man, this is just so rough. Honestly,
Celestial Wonder is also now down to 2 mana, by the way, which means to be 1 mana next attack token if you find it again.
Yeah. Honestly, I would have been okay with playing Priestess first.
Yeah.
Just to see what we can hit.
Priestess. Yeah, bringing Priestess, like, you know, if we got the 5/5 with Challenger, that would have been really nice. Because then we can go, like, Hellstones to kill a Darius if we need to.
Oh, yeah, this is true. But we are going to see a pirouette come out, pushing Arachnobat even further to under 10 HP to flip this Darius as well. To see a time trick in response.
Importantly, also makes so that our Gnar is going to flip next turn.
Yes, also true. We see the Mystic Shot get picked up, gonna get hit to this Yudowski Snowdog, but we do have 2. I don't know.
I mean, we could see like a Caustic Rift Mystic Shot Gnar wipe the board clean. We do know that there's 2 Sky Splitters in hand.
Yes, we have 2 Sky Splitters. Is basically going to nullify this entire play, but like Lost Russo is forced to commit a lot just to be able to preserve this board, but he's not going to.
The question is now, does he want to put Darius down? Or does he want to not do that?
I think Lost Russo is going to end up putting all of his eggs in a basket and just saying, I'm going to play this Darius and I am going to make it, I'm going to buff it by 8/4.
Yep, there comes the I wonder, but honestly, is it enough for that now? We also could see the other Gnar come down here. We do. But I don't know if it's enough. Oh, we're going to see a Silence come down. So, oh, no, we're not.
Yeah, we don't have the mana for it, but we're just doing it just to cycle it.
Yeah. Now Silence will be 0 mana.
Do we draw?
We find it. We find the Silence. Yeah, that's just game at this point.
Yeah. And we do see on the other side of the bracket, Church of Targon 3-1ing ABG Fa, putting them into semifinals now.
Yep. Yeah, there's no hope here because now we're just gonna see. I mean, we're probably just gonna see removal for this Gnar here. Honestly, how close is the Seraphine's gotta be pretty close now after that last turn. Also, you can even see removal for the Darius here. I will say we have with double Sky Splitter, we will likely be able to keep our units alive to combat. Just we can't level Darius before he gets to sit in.
Mm-hmm. And on the lower side of the bracket, we do see that Duck Peak has 3-1 Aphrodite Esports Alpha, knocking them out of the lower bracket as well, and Duck Peak moving on to the semifinals of the lower bracket. Moving back to this game, we do see the Seraphine flip on the stack now.
Yeah. This is not anything you ever want to be seeing here.
And also, we see they killed game 3-0ing Mystical Shots, knocking them out of the lower bracket as well.
Yep. So Arachnobat can go for a silence here if he wants to kill the Gnar, and he will do that. Morgana's gonna level.
Yeah, this is so rough to watch, man. Like,
yeah. Wasuda just had a really terrible start to this game.
He had a really rough hand.
Like, you know, the Arachnobat's deck just like thrives the later, if you're able to get to the late game without having to give up too much in the early game. And like, there was really nothing Arachnobat had to fear from this game. So like, yeah, like at this point, Wasuda is way too far behind to have any chance of coming back into this game. The game's basically, I would say, Arachnobat's to win.
Yeah, it's just really rough. Like anything that Wasuda tries to do this turn is just going to be met by binding.
Yep.
Or Halloween Gale as well.
Yeah, and then this Howling Gale means Darius has 0 chance of living, and yeah. And there's also a cat in hand as well. So like that might just like be able to come down and end the game soon. Unfortunately, this game must go on, and there's also there's quite a few ways where Arachnobat can win the game next turn, or he could find them.
Oh man, we found a Scourge.
Yeah, we have to find it again though, is the thing. And we did not find it again.
I mean, we still have a chance to find it.
There's nothing.
Falling Comet to kind of just seal the deal here.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll see a Piltover and Telstones into Aftershock just to remove this Legion Saboteur, just to kind of force this lethal out even further.
No, I think we're going to look for more removal here. Oh, well, we found the Shackles we put into our deck earlier, but that's kind of gone now. But we could see... Oh, we're not going to play removal here. Oh, the bright side for Wasuda, he's not dead in the literal sense. In the sense of being able to play the game, he is basically dead, though.
Yes.
Do you even bother blocking? The answer is probably no.
I mean, I don't know. It's just so rough. You kind of, I applaud Wasuda for sticking this out as long as he has right now.
Yep.
Because these are high stakes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to FF early in case you're able to just find a win out of. There are times where you're able to find a win out of tougher situations.
Yeah. All right. How funny would it be if we transformed our units into 2 sled dogs? All right. Well, we're gonna attempt to kill the Seraphine, but this is going to actually no. It's gonna fail because there's a binding in hand. Yep. Also, this means now this unit's gonna get hit by the Morgana as well.
Yeah. So what if I told you we were 1 off of lethal this turn?
For who, Arachnobat?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have done a really funny thing here and transformed his units into the 6/3 as well.
What if I actually told you that we actually did have lethal this turn, actually?
Damn, that would be crazy. Granted, I don't imagine Wasuda is going to be able to come back from this.
No.
And
because
he's about to lose all of his board as well. Because now he can also play the Falling Star just to finish this off if we really want to.
Because the funny thing about this is we had the line where we could turn our Legion Saboteur, our Cosmic Youngling into a Legion Saboteur swing that puts us at 1 HP. And we also had a Powder Monkey in hand.
Yep. You didn't have the board space for the Powder Monkey, but could have still been close to lethal. But I mean, yeah, I think at this point Arachnobat's just like, all right, yeah, there's a Scourge.
Yeah.
All right, hey, cool. We get to kill this Morgana and push
4 damage.
And we also get to pretend for a second that there's not a second binding in hand to stop this.
Oh man!
And then next turn, we die a horrible death.
Yeah, this is so rough.
Yeah, our Acrobat, unfortunately for Wasuruso, didn't exactly find the draw he was looking for. We don't even get to keep our thing alive either. He's just gonna get murdered here by the falling star. Heck, do we want to? Lucky for him, we can't finish the job, and we do have to discard the progress day because, you know, got rid of the temple. But I don't think our Acrobat really cares at this point.
No, I 100% agree. I don't think he really cares.
And so that's going to be game one going in to Arachnobat for the Arachnobats. Can Wasuruso recover and hopefully have more playable units before turn 4 of this game?
So I do have to say this game is very there is an aspect to this game where there is a mental part of this game. I say it's like I don't know how I would describe the percentage, but there is a mental game to this where if Wasuruso has the mental fortitude to be able to really I'm sorry, I'm like blanking on my words today. If Wasuruso has the mental fortitude to be able to press on into this matchup with a leveled head, he still has a very good chance of flipping this whole set and reverse sweeping. But honestly, after a very, very upsetting start on that last game, it may be difficult for him.
Yeah, I think we might see the Galio or the Shyvana deck come out here. Shaking things up. Although, hey, Arachnobat, he's gonna put faith in his deck this time. I will say he has a much better draw. And Arachnobat, oh no, dude. I will say the 1-3 here is pretty good, but like, you don't want those drop borders in your hand. You want those in your deck.
I will say it now. How the turns have tabled.
Yeah.
This is actually a lot better for Wasuruso than it is for Arachnobat.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, Wasuruso would have loved to have had these this hand last game, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. The only real way to salvage this hand is if we find a Merriam fast.
Well, none of these cards are. I don't think any of these cards are helping us salvage our hand here.
No.
And because he opted for the Forsaken Vakai, these are probably opting to play a drop border here as well. And Sled Dog answers this pretty well. Probably gonna end up seeing Saboteur go under a bus here if we see a full swing from Arachnobat.
It's seeing the second drop border come out.
No, we're not gonna see that happen. Instead, we're gonna opt to not do that because, you know, like I say, we only were gonna do that if there was a block. Now we get to start seeing the Iron Ballista come down. I think Wasuruso is in a very strong position here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Also, like, even if we find the Echo next turn for Arachnobat, it's not leveled because we didn't predict on turn 1, and we don't have a way to get a 0-mana predict here. And our Echo next turn.
I imagine one of these drop borders is going under a bus right now, yeah, just to try to preserve as much damage as possible and salvage this board.
Yeah, this is a lot. Like, 3 HP is quite a bit to be saving here, especially when you don't have any healing. Yeah. Also, you know, putting the damage onto this Ballista means it can't block next turn, and also opens it up to dying to Mystic Shot, which I believe we just predicted. No, we predicted it. Oh, we found an Echo. Okay, we're good. We're good players. Okay.
Yeah. So
But you know what we can do? We can play this Pirouette in hand to stop the Echo from even getting an attack off this turn if we really want to. I will say Echo actually isn't that threatening to attack this turn.
He's not flipped right now.
Yeah, he's not flipped. And what we can do is we can play Razormaid and then go for the 5-mana stun card next turn.
Decisive maneuver.
Yeah, decisive maneuver.
So what if I told you this Echo is being pulled off this board right now? If he swings.
Oh, because there's
a Sky Splitter in hand.
There is indeed. But the question is, does Wasuruso trust enough that there's not the Feral Prescience in hand to flip this Echo?
I mean, if Arachnobat swings, it's a really, really huge bluff in the fact that I honestly think Wasrusa is actually contemplating it.
Instead, he's going to opt to stun the Echo and kill a 2-1. Which, honestly, I think this is a pretty fair play.
It's definitely safer.
Yes, it's definitely safer, and you don't have to worry about that. Plus, now we can play our Razor Maid next turn, and then have our Sky Splitter up. Find an Omen Hawk. I'm assuming we're probably not going to play it. I think we value Sky Splitter availability more.
Yeah.
Arachnobat has nothing in hand, really, that he wants to be playing here. We're going to see the predict here. We find a second Echo. Echo will flip. That doesn't matter. One of the big things with this is that means he can block Sled Dog and kill it.
I think second Echo is perfectly fine here, in my opinion.
Yeah, because Echo, it means you're feel a lot safer just to block with this Echo if he were to die. Also, this is one of the big changes for the predict here, where before we played this time trick in hand, we'd lose the card on top. Now it will stay there. So we want to play time trick to look for something here, like for example, what's the -2/-0 card that predicts whatever that's called?
Scrying Sands.
Yeah, we want to find that Scrying Sands, for example. That would be quite good for us. Also, this block here with Echo, plan here obviously is to look for Chrono Break to try to get Echo back. See if that's going to happen. Could see a Sky Splitter to keep our Razor Maid alive.
I would like to see a Sky Splitter here, honestly.
Yeah, it's still dying to Mystic Shot, but that's the only removal spell in the deck that could happen.
But if Mystic Shot does happen, then that means they're tapping out a Chrono Break, and we're getting so much board value out of this.
Right, so we're going to keep our unit alive. Arachnobat's really relying on finding a Chrono Break here. Otherwise, he's like losing a lot here. And also, you know, he will get that curse in his hand, which will make things a little awkward, especially makes Jinx a lot worse because now it's hard to flipper. It does not find Chrono Break in these three cards.
We still have a chance. We still have a chance.
He can still skip to look for it. But he doesn't find it. He finds Echo.
Which is still fine.
I have a question. Wait, if you skip, do you just draw the card you predicted on top?
No.
It's like a completely random card.
I think it is a random card.
Okay. Well, we see the Echo come down here. That'll be a nice open attack here. And second Echo comes in the hand.
So yeah, see that just proved it. His second Echo, or the Echo that he predicted last turn.
Yeah, also, you know, Arachnobat casually finds all three Echoes this game by turn 6, by the way.
Yeah.
Going to full swing here. His plan obviously here is to use Echo's thing to look for Chrono Shift. Honestly, do you see the 5-mana stun card here coming down just to stop the Echo?
It's tough.
You are taking 9 damage here, which is a lot. But he's going to opt to full block here. Oh, he's going to opt to full block and stun Echo. Okay. It's pretty big. Because now he has to use Time Trick to look for it, or Echo Spell. I assume we're going to see Time Trick to look for Chrono Break.
Yeah, we wanted Time Trick first.
Yeah.
Just because it gives us at least 4 chances to hit it.
Yep. Also, importantly, this does put us out of range of Battle Fury next turn, which does matter, because that would be almost lethal. Actually, I think it would be lethal if there wasn't a quicksand. We see Rite of Negation coming down here. It's an option, but Rite of Negation, you know, it would stop the Echo from getting stunned. We'd get the card draw, but do we really? Then we still won't be able to Chrono Break this turn. We still lose our board. So I don't know if it's really worth doing that or just looking for Chrono Break. Oh no, he takes quicksand. Opting instead to say, you know, I want to make sure you're not killing me with overwhelm damage next turn. Yeah, that's a pretty big card in this matchup for sure.
Yeah, it 100% is.
Yep. So that question is, do we see the curse get played here, or is he going to opt for Echo Spell?
We have to play the curse here. We have to play Echo. There's no way we're not.
Yep. So he plays the curse, and then does Wasruso play the Omen Hawk in hand? I don't know what not playing it's going to open us up to if we don't play it.
It just is more chances for spell mana to actually get us through, like a Entomb, for instance.
That's true. I think this Quicksand will be pretty devastating next turn if they swing with, if we do swing, because that'll like let the Echo kill something and then get a card off of it. Yeah, I'll say though, I don't think there's any real point to not playing this Omen Hawk because like there's no things we're not gonna be able to play because of it, and we're gonna see a decisive maneuver. Oh, Hirsch, I lied because we could have decisive maneuvered if we didn't play Omen Hawk.
Yeah. See, I told you.
Dang it, it did matter. Unlucky. All right, so now the question becomes: oh, we see the second Quicksand. We could also opt for Scrying Sands as well.
I think we'd go for the voice.
Oh, play 3-mana voice. That's also fair.
Like, this voice actually really helps us out a lot here.
Yeah, but we're gonna see the Scrying Sands instead. And we're only gonna see the Bloodmane come in. And we're gonna see a Scrying Sands come down here. This is pretty big because this lets us get the Echo draw off without having to give up our Quicksand for later turns to keep this Battle Fury in check. Oh, and now we find another voice, and now I think we might want to go for that.
Yeah, now we have to take it.
Yep.
Like, this whole matchup now just got flipped upside down.
Yeah, Wastus was in... I think Wastus was in really rough shape. Oh, and it's also a Jinx, too?
I don't think we care about this Jinx, honestly.
Yeah, the Jinx is like, we don't care about this turn, but like in a turn or two, that might matter a bit more. Probably gonna see a Shaman come down here. Then imagine we're probably gonna see another stun come down onto the Echo.
The
on the attack.
The Jinx is nice to have here just because it's a big unit, and it also plays around decisive maneuver, but it's not really that necessary.
Yep. Ooh, we're just gonna not put our voices into the line of fire here.
I agree with this because this does play around decisive maneuver, like I said, or Entomb. Entomb really blows us out here.
Yep. Yeah, because then you can even draw with the Echoes, second Echo as well.
Yeah.
Could opt instead to play Jinx. This does mean we can't use Echo to look for another Chrono Break. I imagine we're gonna. Oh God, you go to 1. That's Wasser, so.
No, we go to 6.
Take 6 goes to 11. Okay. Yeah, but this Quicksand next turn just going to remove any hope that Wasusa has of turning this game around, unfortunately for him. Let's see if he can play another 2-mana Overwhelm unit and manage to sneak one through like... Oh, wait. Oh, actually, that's one of the lines here, I would say. Let's get another 2-mana Overwhelm unit and get one of them to not be blocked. Because then everything is lethal.
I mean, we're fine with full blocking here, right?
That's true. And he's gonna... If any of these don't get blocked here, he does just... Arachnobat is going to die. He can't draw. I honestly think he should have played Echo Spell to look for another card here.
I'm honestly okay with full blocking.
Yep.
As long as we don't pre-commit this Quicksand, we're fine.
Yep. Oh, I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see the pre-committed Quicks. We're going to see a Mystic Shot onto the 5-1 here.
Which is fine because we're done playing for a Jinx win con now.
Yep.
Which is perfectly fine to transition to, and I like the respect of not playing it. Just to kind of see what Arachnobat or what Wastruso's final card is.
I mean, I think Wastruso, you just have to send it here. Yep. You don't really have the luxury of waiting around. So he's going to send it. We're going to see the quicksand come out. He did do it intelligently because now Mystic Shot isn't enough to save it. However, we won't be able to kill the Voice of the Risen, which does matter a bit. So now it's a matter of, does the Echo find the spell find Chrono Break? If he does, the game instantly ends. Back-to-back wins. Honestly, the game instantly ends anyways because there's just an Echo in play. Like, you know, there's just an Echo in hand. Yeah, so the Echo and Jinx both come down. Yeah. Like, this is more than enough damage to kill Wastruso here, even if he like gets a freeze. And he doesn't, so he's just dead. All right. And Arachnobat takes this set as well, going 2-0 a second time in a row.
Wow, absolutely an insane matchup. Going up into his unfavorable lineup and saying, you know what? Screw unfavorable matchups. I'm going to win it anyways.
Yep.
It was a very, very rough set for Wastruso, definitely. First set being just having a very, very upsetting hand and not having the desirable hand that you need in order to win against Morgana Seraphine, and then in set 2 you're having the cards that you need to be able to get by, but just not being able to find all the right puzzle pieces in the right time. It's really upsetting that we're both having we're having to basically use our decisive maneuvers defensively and instead of offensively like the way we really want to.
Yep. Yeah, I think that was definitely a bit brutal there for... Yeah, I think it was definitely a bit brutal there, especially because, you know, there's a quicksand in hand, and then game 1 just not having anything to play before turn 4, really. Just
yeah, it's
not great for that matchup.
It's extremely taxing. Yeah. So with that, we will be seeing in the final sets Jojo going up against Arachnobat, playing for Arachnobats, representing the Arachnobats.
Yeah, it needs to be going up against Jojo for Ninetales, and we're going to see who's going to come out on top in that one.
Yeah, so we'll stay tuned. We'll be right back in another 5 minutes, and we'll see possibly the final set of the Night Dragon.
Possibly. Maybe.
Welcome back, everybody. Aegis Esports, Fate's Voyage Beyond, quarterfinals, as it says right there. I need to point the right finger. There we go. I'm still Hirsch. That's still Dragon. I'm losing my mind, and I'm directionally challenged, apparently.
Yes, you are.
Dragon, give us a quick recap of what just happened last match.
All right, so last match, we had Was Russo for Ninetales going up against Arachnobats of Arachnobats, representing Arachnobats. And Arachnobats... Oh, God, I'm going to keep doing that. So
it's not going to get old.
Yeah, you know what else is going to get old? The Karma set bans, because those keep coming in hot. And we saw a double Karma set ban last game. So we had Morgana Seraphine go up against Darius Nar. Darius Nar managed to do the incredible thing of not having a playable unit before turn 4. They did manage to get like an Omen Hawk in there, but it wouldn't really matter. And they just got templed and then outvalued and overrun quite quickly. Then in game 2, we saw Echo Jinx versus Darius Nar. Darius Nar had a much better start this time around, and with a triple drop border start, looked promising for them at first, but then Echo came down, was able to find a quicksand, and was able to just generate a lot of value, and that also just kind of ran away with the game.
Yeah. And with that, we are now caught up to where we're at. Standing right now, Dragon, it is now up to JoJo against the world versus Arachnobat. It is JoJo's chance to either make or break his team. He's the team's last resort. So let's get right on into the nitty gritty. Let's go on to JoJo's decks for tonight with Karma Set. And I know how much you love this deck so much, Dragon, so why don't you take this one?
All right, so Karma Set is a deck that we're hoping gets banned, but if it doesn't end up getting banned, we have a bunch. The idea behind this deck is that we have Karma, we have Set, we get to turn 10, we drop them both, we go through our deck, we play a lot of cards, and our opponent dies a horrible death. If they somehow manage to not die a horrible death, we just wipe their board with like set spells. We have like a lot of value from place your bets getting doubled to get all our mana back, things like that. Sunken Temple helps us find our find new hands, and we just like have a lot of removal to try and deal with whatever our opponent's doing here.
Thank you for that informational rundown, Dragon. Moving on to the second deck, we have Shen Jarvan, which we've explained earlier today. Basically what it's wanting to do is build out a big wide board and just overwhelm the board with value, because barrier is a very fun and interactable keyword.
However, there's a few differences I'm seeing in this list compared to the other ones. One we saw earlier today. Like, for example, Screeching Dragon's making an appearance here. You know, it's a classic card for Shen J4, but was not, you know, I guess I didn't really highlight it last time around, but yeah, it's like a pretty cool card. Also, we're cutting one moral support and instead putting in a King Jarvan III, so we're having even more late game value here. King J4 is quite good if Jarvan's in play, because it gives your board Scout and Challenger, which is just like absolutely winning the board. Otherwise, it draws your Jarvan, so not too bad. So, but yeah, again, like a lot more late game here.
I've casted and watched a lot of Jarvan Shen in my day, and honestly, I don't think I've ever seen King Jarvan give the board Scout or Scout and Challenger.
I think I've seen it. I've seen it once.
I don't even think I've seen it while playing either.
Yeah, I think I've seen it exactly one time. You are correct. It is quite rare.
Yeah. And moving on to JoJo's third and final deck of the night. It's a very new deck that we haven't seen at all tonight. Mordekaiser Nora, Dragon.
Oh, so this is an interesting one here. This was also a deck that was seeing some, you know, this is a deck I've seen some play in the past. Here we're opting for a few differences between this version and some of the other versions I've seen in the past. For one, we're not opting for any copies of the 4/2 to give something deathless. So like usually what you want to do with that is like give it to either Mordekaiser, give it to Portal Scholar, things like that. Also, we are opting for the Rekindler package, which all the older versions didn't opt for in the past. So we're going a lot more all in on the Mordekaiser, infinite Mordekaiser late game plan here. I don't know if I like that plan with Nora, because Nora is pretty good at getting a pretty wide board, so it's gonna be kind of difficult for board space later in the game, especially with like all the portals from like Portal Palooza, Portal Scholar, things like that. so it can be a bit hard to have enough board space to get everything in play. Amalgamation of the Vile Rites is also an interesting tech choice we don't usually see too often in these decks. That one just gives you a lot more healing because it's Last Breath to heal your Nexus too. And with Deathless itself, it's really good to revive with Mordekaiser. And yeah, also we're not playing Hate Spike anymore. After Lost to Husk, we're just not opting to play it at all. We have Death's Grasp and Soul Harvest for a removal package along with some Pie Tosses. We'll have to see if that's going to end up being enough.
Honestly, I'm very surprised. Like, wouldn't you want to sub out Rights for Ironhound? Isn't Ironhound just a lot better?
Ironhound's better if you're going to expect the game to go later and you don't need and you want the healing. So I'm guessing he's like thinking like I might be going up against some more aggressive decks, so I want to have this to be able to heal more. But generally, I would say I would like Ironhound more.
Fair enough. And let us throw it to the matchup screen where we see all the decks at once go over. Arachnobats playing for Arachnobats, representing Arachnobats lineup one last time. We have Karma Set, Seraphine Morgana, and Echo Jinx. Now, what are we thinking is going to be banned, Dragon? And let me tell you, it might be something new. I already know what the bans are, and they might be something new.
All right, I have to say for Arachnobats, I can't see anything but Karma Set getting banned here. I think like you're pretty favored with your lineup against Mord Nora. Like they don't have actually a ton of removal for what you want to be doing for Echo Jinx and the other decks. And I don't think that deck's gonna be very good against you. There's a case for Shen J4, but I think you just want to take out their Karma Set and hope you can like survive the onslaught early game for Demacia, then just like overpower them late game. Then I guess for JoJo, I'd probably ban Karma Set. If I'm being unrealistic, I'd ban Karma Set because it's really hard because Mord Nora hates this lineup really a lot. Like this lineup is awful for Mord Nora to get through. But I think Karma Set's probably the worst of all of them because at least you can remove some of the cards from the other ones, or at least say you can. Whereas Karma Set you really can't.
Yeah. So what if I told you I just completely baited you, Dragon, and that they both banned Karma Set again?
And what I told you, I said they were both banning Karma Set anyways. Outplayed, Hirsch.
I tried to throw you off and make you think that it was going to be something new, but I just completely bamboozled you.
Yep. So any Karma Set enjoyers out there, unlucky. But everyone else out there, congratulations. You don't have to watch any Karma Set games. We get to watch some other interesting games here. And if I'm JoJo, I'm starting with Shen J4 because I want to start off with a stronger deck that's a better chance to win.
I can just hear Alan being very upset right now.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we see any Curva misplays this game.
And we're just waiting on both players to get into game right now. They're going through their decks, figuring out what they want to queue up first. What do you want? What do you think they're going to queue up first, Dragon?
I'm going to say, I said Shen J4 for JoJo. For Arachnobat, I'd imagine Seraphine Morgana is probably the way to go. That's probably what I would do.
What if
like Mord Nora is just gonna be so hard to get through this. Since we're not playing any of the scholars.
What if I told you you're 50% right?
Yeah. I'll say one big thing from Mord Nora here is they are not playing any portal scholars, so they do not have any way to remove the landmark. Also, they're not on any Conchologist. Is Conchologist rotated in Standard? No, right?
Yeah, I think actually, no, it's not.
That's really, really surprising. There's no Conchologist in JoJo's deck. That's absolutely insane to me, honestly.
Is Conchologist out of Standard? I don't think it is. I'm like almost positive it's not.
I have to look this up now, don't I?
Don't worry, I have my handy dandy phone right next to me. I can figure it out in 2 seconds.
Is still in Standard.
Okay.
Yeah, so I am quite surprised it's not showing up here.
Yeah, that actually is a really good card right now.
Yeah, like also would give you a chance to find removal for Temple. Here we missed the We do, unfortunately for JoJo, end up missing our portals, but we have a second Portapalooza. I guess we have. Yeah, Challenger isn't really helpful because it'll heal up 2 by the time we get to attack again. So, yep. We see the Seraphine come down. We might challenge this, but instead opting just to keep our unit at full HP. I was saying, Arachnobat doesn't really have a proactive hand where he's able to do. He has a very reactive hand, so there's not really much he's going to be able to do about this. He's going to play a Shield Vault to not burn mana.
JoJo doesn't have the greatest hand either, just because we're sitting on 2 Dark and Halberds.
Yeah. Brandon, we're about to get some cards that might help us actually play them. Ooh, we find a way to give Seraphine vulnerable. That actually is pretty solid because we can make our 3/3 into a 5/5, and suddenly the Seraphine's a lot more vulnerable. I imagine we might see a junk construct into Halberd come down here. Instead, we're going to see nothing. Opting to make Arachnobat burn the mana. I guess he didn't want to risk a temple coming down.
I was about to say, is it correct to not kill the Seraphine right now?
I think we're just going to say the Seraphine does not get to live.
So we see Soul Harvest come out, and we obviously see on the side of Arachnobat's hand that he has a black shield as well available on his side. But
we see the Pie Toss to pop the spell shield.
Yeah, we do see Pie Toss to be able to stop it.
We also could see a Tau Stones come out here afterwards to give Seraphine +3/+3.
Honestly, it would not be the worst thing to see.
Yep. Does that look, let's see, that's 5 mana, leaves with 2 mana left. If JoJo really wanted to, we could still kill Seraphine by going like Halberd and Death's Grasp. But instead, Arachnobat's going to give up the fight here, let his Seraphine die. He has second one in hand, so not the end of the world. He's losing the first one. I will say, though, no temple, no bar this game. Not a lot of value.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's honestly a stalemate between both players right now.
Yeah. Ooh, we could see a Darkened Halberd come down here onto our Challenger portal. I like this a lot. Because now we can threaten either the Seraphine or the Youngling here. And there's not much. And Arachnobat's like, he can Dark Binding here, and that will keep the unit alive, but it's something he'd rather not use so early, I would say.
Yeah, and honestly, Arachnobat missing or not getting a very good hit off of the Seraphine and getting sealed in steel, which isn't really a good spell that you want to see on Seraphines.
Definitely not. And you're forced to save the Seraphine here, because if she dies, you have 1 left in deck, so you can't shuffle more in, and Seraphine's one of your big win conditions here.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the stun come down.
Honestly, if Arachnobat just finds a Sunken Temple right now, they're in a very, very comfortable spot.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were saying, it's not looking good for Arachnobat, but literally just if he finds a temple, this game completely swings in his favor, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. It's just so amazing how much temple can really fix a Seraphine player's hand.
I will say there is no temple here, and that is not great because Sealed and Steel isn't that good. Could see, I would imagine, at least playing the Curse here, but we're not going to see that either. We're just going to see a pass, and now we're probably going to see a Curse into attack here, and then go after the Seraphine again. That's probably going to warrant the Hellstones here to give Seraphine +3/+3. I think that's the only way that actually saves her.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. But we also see a Vengeance in JoJo's hand he could use if he's really feeling like he doesn't want the Seraphine to exist. And honestly, ABAT doesn't have anything they can really do here. Like, honestly, I think a Vengeance here is wouldn't be too bad here for JoJo.
Yeah, no. I would 100% agree with playing Vengeance here is correct.
Yeah.
Because I think we're only running one of Black Shield, right?
Yeah, Black Shield's only on one of. There's, like, you know, you could say, oh, they could have generated tag out randomly, but that's not great. But hey, you know what, Hirsch, look at the bright side. If that Vengeance happens, the Seal and Steel is going to go hard.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see any reason to not Seal and Steel here, honestly. Yeah, we're going to see it. I mean...
So this is just going to create a 4/7 weapon?
Yes, I mean, honestly, putting this on Youngling kind of makes it unkillable. Like, honestly, 4/7 weapon is actually pretty solid, especially like if you just save it to look for Morgana, for example. That's pretty good. Except we're gonna put it on this Youngling. I mean, this Youngling's at 5/11 now.
So I like
dying.
I like how he said this card is like not very playable, and ABAT is actually making it a valid play right now.
I mean, when you only have 1/4s in play, it's pretty bad. But when you have a 4/7 that you're getting off of, it's not that terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, we see a Wharf Rat here. You know, not bad. I think that's the last of the portals. Also, you know, we can play a Terosh next turn.
And
That's gonna matter. Oh, did he just put that in his deck and draw it again? I've never seen that before.
I've seen it happen before.
I think he just updrafted Falling Star and said, not Falling Star, like, nah, fam, you really want me, trust.
So we do see that Nora is actually pretty close to flipping right now.
Yeah.
So
I would say, here's like one thing about the like Rekindler Mordekaiser package, like, this JoJo is 6 wide right now.
Yeah.
I don't see how like Mordekaiser would be getting much value. Like Mordekaiser Rekindler are getting much value here. I will say this Caustic Rift though, that's getting a lot of value here.
So the cool thing about this Caustic Rift now is now we're flipping the Nora. We have made room for the prey for prey.
Yep. And that also means that she wouldn't die to a Mystic Shot or High Note that's sitting in ABAT's hand.
Exactly, and then they're forced to play. Celestial Impact.
I mean, they either play Celestial Impact or they play two remove spells. If you see a Celestial Impact, you are incredibly happy.
I mean, he does have a Falling Star in hand, so like it's able to be removed, but like. We have second.
The thing is, we have Terosh in hand as well, and we can play a Terosh here next turn and not feel bad about it if there's a Celestial Impact that comes down. I will say we decided not to flip the Nora before doing this. I guess we're hoping to like play the Nora spell and saying like Mystic Shot effects don't exist, and we haven't seen any of this game.
I mean, you're still able to play the Nora spell regardless, right?
No, it's focus speed. If she dies right now, you'll be able to play it.
No. I mean, like. Even after flipping the Nora, you're still able to play it, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, like I mean, I now imagine we're gonna see it right. We're gonna see it right now. Hot Pink Cuties comes in, winning 3-1 against ABG Gaming Noxus in the upper bracket. So we will be seeing them in our final 4. And they'll be playing against Church of Targon, who we mentioned earlier. Oh, actually, does Morgana flip here? Oh, wow, Morgana flips here. That's pretty big.
Oh, yeah, it actually does. Morgana is at 8 out of 10 right now.
Yeah, I think that was pretty smart on, yeah, I think that's a pretty good play on the side of ABAT here. I will say, I think he should have gone for the 1 damage on the 4/4, because that would have died. Also, yeah, because like now by... Oh, so I honestly think we should be. Oh, we're gonna go for this. Okay, I like this because now we're killing the Morgana to stop the damage. Yep, I like this play a lot. We still lose our Nora, which sucks. But we have Rekindler in hand, so we can technically get it back. It's not very efficient, but we can get it back.
I mean, it's flips. I mean, Flip Nora is honestly, I think, it's worth warrant in reviving it with Rekindler.
Yeah, but let's be honest, Hirsch. We're gonna see your Terash here. It's gonna get Celestial impacted, or he's gonna cry, and we're gonna go from there.
Getting Tasty Faithful off of the portal draw now.
Well, that's pretty solid, but so I guess it's now a matter of, do you play Rekindler or do you play Terash?
Oh, it's rough. It's a rough call.
Also, the casual triple glimpse in JoJo's hand as well.
Yeah. So, just because
I will say, Terash, like, you know, we obviously see the Celestial Impact in hand. That's not the only card that would punish Terash. There's a few different stun effects that are in the deck still. There could be another Morgana. But we're going to see Terash come down here. He's going to get answered by the Celestial Impact, I think almost guaranteed. Then we're probably going to see Arachnobat pass and then go for open Guiding Touch next turn. I will say, oh, he's going to go for a Guiding Touch on his unit instead and then play Celestial Impact. Arachnobat does find Seraphine number 3, but there's a Vengeance sitting in JoJo's hand to answer it.
So I do want to point out, just because that we do see a Terash that is gone now, doesn't mean that it's over. There's still another Terash that's still on the board, technically.
Yep, there's another one on the weapon, on the unit. And Arachnobat does find Bar. That'll give him another card to cycle through. But, I mean, Seraphine dies. Arachnobat's in a lot of trouble for his game plan, because then that's his last Seraphine in his hand, because the other two have both died. And if he doesn't have Seraphine, his deck gets a lot worse with all these 1-ups, because he's not doubling. He doesn't have any chance to double any of them.
So do we ever just rip a glimpse off of this portal bot just to get another Terash?
That's definitely a possibility. See a Buster Shot come down here. That's pretty big, because that'll kill a leveled Nora if we wanted to go for a Rekindler play. No more Vengeance mana available to us, but I imagine the Seraphine's probably not coming down for a while. I don't think, like, you know, because there's a Challenger 4-1 in play. You really don't want to, like, be forced to use Mystic Shot on that. Another Vengeance. Oh, but Expliterator's pretty big. That might go down on the 4-1, honestly, to try and get rid of the weapon. Then we'll probably see a glimpse in response. All right, we're gonna see a glimpse right now, and I think we're gonna see Hexpliterator come out.
We're gonna see a combo of spells here. We're gonna see Hexsplitter come out on the stack. Second glimpse come out just to get this weapon off, and then we're probably gonna see the Mystic Shot even come out as well, Dragon.
Yeah, and then we're probably gonna see the Rekindler played for Nora. Like, I imagine while you're like, okay, I think you just let this go and play Rekindler, and then
I think we just show that we're forcing the value and play the third glimpse. I like this a lot. I really do.
I mean, I will say though, like, now we don't have any more glimpses left.
That's fine.
Wait, that's actually pretty big though. We just got the 4-3 with Impact, because we can go Portal Scholar into that 4-3 and it has double impact.
Oh, this is true.
And that's a lot of damage we're pushing. And then we can also, like, put the weapon onto it as well to, like, really force, or like put the weapon from our prey onto something else to really force the point.
Yeah. The Shadow Fiend draw is actually pretty huge.
Like, honestly, I don't see any reason to not just, like, ploy the Shadow Fiend here with double impact. That's like 6 damage that we're threatening here. And then if we can give it the weapon, we're forcing the 3-3 to block that, so it's not able to trade with anything else. And then we're also guaranteeing Terash goes back to our hand. Like, that all sounds really good to me.
I really think that we're playing Halberd on the 3-1.
I think we should put it on the Shadow Fiend. Oh, but we're not going to opt the... I don't like not playing Shadow Fiend here. I think we should be doing that. That lets us push, like, you know, that's 6 more damage we get to potentially push here. And that's, like, you know, Ragabat has 3 cards in hand. He's not exactly swimming in cards right now like Seraphine usually is.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
And we're going to see double Vengeance come down on the Seraphine next turn if the first one fails somehow.
Yeah.
Seraphine finds a Time Winder. Not that great here, all
Yeah,
things
you
considered.
can't really afford to play the Time Winder at all.
No. I will say, JoJo has not found his Mordekaiser yet.
What was that you just said? I'm sorry, I missed it.
There's also a cat in Arachnobat's hand. How close is that cat to flipping?
The cat is probably flipped right now, but it doesn't really matter because we have Vengeance.
Yeah, and we can play both Vengeances as well, which is very important. However, we play Mordekaiser or Rekindler, we can't play it, and then we die. Plays Shadow Fiend as a blocker. That's fair. That was not really an attack that can be made by Arachnobat this turn. But again, JoJo can't. Now he can't play anything, really. Or he just dies to this cat in hand. Oh, he's gonna opts to kill his Shadow Fiend here.
I don't understand that, because like this Tarash.
What's our Mordekaiser's level up progress?
I think this Tarash is like really our game winner here.
Oh, and they see the Seraphine come out with a Pursuit of Perfection. This is going to be Vengeance, like right now. Yeah.
This Mordekaiser is
actually,
leveled.
Honestly, I actually think I might have wanted to wait until they attack, because they might have swung with Seraphine. But nope, they're not going to do that. We're going to see Mordekaiser come down here. I would imagine it's probably... Is it a Mordekaiser, or do we play Rekindler? Probably Mordekaiser.
I would like to play Rekindler here, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do this. Okay, so we're doing this first, see what they do, and then probably play Rekindler. No, we're going to do this. Okay. Oh, now Mord's leveled. All right, so now we're going to see a star shaping to look for something here to get us out of this mess. Star shaping could find double a blit, but then we're not really doing anything. I mean, Great Beyond and is going to like put a 3-turn clock on them, but there's another Vengeance in hand. It's not actually that great. And also now we have Mordekaiser as attacked once, which means now every single Slay is draining one from the enemy Nexus.
Yeah.
Like honestly, we can just go like our 2-mana card here to just pop Spell Shield and then Vengeance on the Vengeance next turn. Yeah, I like that a lot. Honestly, do we even need to Vengeance next turn? We can just go like Rekindler weapon. Oh, now we can't actually. Priestess comes down. Gonna find a Meteor Shower, Princess, or Sister, or Warrior. None of these are really cards you want to be seeing here, honestly. Like, you would have preferred the Traveler or Written in the Stars, I think, maybe.
Yeah.
Instead, we're gonna see a level Nora come down. There aren't any portals in our deck. I think we just drew the last one, so that's not going to be that effective here.
We're also generating an elusive blocker, another elusive blocker for this Nora as well.
Yep. I'm going to see the Vengeance come down the Great Beyond here. Not much you can do for Arachnobat. Probably going to see an attack here. Yep, this makes sense. I mean, honestly, I don't think swing with the 5-10's a misplay here, because you kind of want board space if you're JoJo.
Yeah.
We get to play Darkened Halberd to trigger, get a draw here.
I don't like playing this Darkened Halberd. I want to try to get this Tarash going. Like, this Tarash is what's going to win us the game.
I mean, I don't know if we really need Tarash at this point.
But, like, Tarash, I feel like Tarash just, like, wins us next turn, pretty much.
I don't...
Oh, it doesn't matter. You know what? No, don't play it. Come on, man, play the Tarash. What are we doing?
Also, why are we killing our Nora here, by the way?
I don't know, man. I just work here.
I think he meant to do it the other way.
Come on, play the Tarash. Play the Tarash, please.
I mean, he can kill the weapon. He can kill that again. Get another Tarash.
But you can't play the Tarash now because you've already played it.
No, you can. You can play as the 10 drop.
But I never knew that you could actually do that. I thought once you played it.
I mean, he's not playing it right now. He might be trying to.
I played too much Jack Soren, man. I can't. I completely forgot that these are like these like units can still play.
He did end up not doing that, by the way. So you actually might have been right. I will say though, even though we now have Temple and Bar online, there's no Seraphine, there's no Cat. We don't have our star shaping anymore. What win cons does Arachnobat have left in his deck?
I don't think there really are any win cons left in this deck.
Yeah, like, credit to JoJo. I thought this was a really bad matchup for him, but he's making it work for him.
I mean, it's only working because, like, Arachnobat wasn't able to get Temple down early on. Like, I think if we have a Temple early on, it's a lot better it's a lot more healthier of a matchup.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree. Like, we do see a star shaping here, or a sunburst here. Not really gonna be that helpful. Like, I think he can stall for a while, but I don't think he can actually win the game anymore at this point. I will say there are no vengeances left. It's good, but now comes the really bad part where you just play a Rekindler and you just print Mordekaisers.
Yeah.
Unironically, I think he wanted that to die.
So
then he would have
only one.
Now we don't.
Only one Mordekaiser is being made.
Yeah. But you know what we can make instead? 2 Noras.
True. And Arachnobat throwing out the Shenny emote.
Yeah, Arachnobat sees
the
the writing on the wall. That's going to be game 1 going to JoJo here. With the deck, probably had a less favorable time into these decks, so I think he's really happy to get that win there. Now he's got to see if Shen J4 is going to be able to close this one out.
Honestly, I think the game was kind of dragging out to a point where it was kind of just wasting more clock time than anything.
Yeah, like honestly, when the third Seraphine and when like the Cat and third Seraphine died, it was basically over for Arachnobat. Also, their star shaping didn't find them Living Legends, which is probably the only card that could realistically get them out of that spot. So, JoJo's hand looks terrible for this matchup.
Do have a bit of a spectator bug at the moment, so bear with us.
Yep, you know what though? Arachnobat is kind of going off here. As you can see, he just found a drop border on turn 1, pushes 3 damage, and JoJo does not have a good hand. Oh, JoJo's not having a good time here. He has a 3-1 and nothing else to play. And another drop border here for Arachnobat. He is putting on the pressure, and JoJo has a slow hand. Oh, this looks so bad for. I think Arachnobat's in pretty good position here, if I had to say, Hirsch.
Yeah, 100%.
He needs one more predict in this Echo levels, and it's like doomed completely after that. I will say we do see a Scully Pioneer, so we do get to have a unit in play next turn.
I think Joe's just contemplating whether he wants to block with the Kinku Pathfinder. Or is it Kinku Student or Kinku Pathfinder? Kinku Student, right?
Yeah. So what we could do instead is play the 2/3 next turn, and then play Shen, and then we have like a bunch of barriers to have a decent attack.
Yeah, I think that's probably the more correct line to do right now.
Yeah. Also makes any top deck barrier much better because then we get to keep this unit around.
Yeah.
You also could see Arachnobat just fire the Mystic Shot off after combat to kill this, and I think that would be correct if this doesn't block.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if this isn't blocking, there's a reason it's not blocking, so. Instead he says, you know, I'm just going to cash this in for 2 damage right now while I can. Get a unit off the board. Probably play this Scholarly Pioneer. Probably get heal an ally your Nexus too. Yep. Oh, Shen? We do also get Shen's spell, which is pretty good.
Yeah, Spirit Refuge is really huge.
Yep. Oh, we see the Echo come down.
Or, I'm sorry, not Spirit Refuge, United Boost Stand.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, I can't imagine him actually going after the Echo here. We might see this into Scrying Sands. What should we do? Oh, Quicksand is pretty big in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arachnobat kind of just has a... For as bad as Arachnobat had in the first game, drawing all 3 drop borders, turns out they're a lot better when you summon them for free.
What? No way. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie to me like that, Dragon.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's not looking... oh, and actually he's just going to kill the Shen straight up because he's going to Mystic Shot it as well.
Oh, this is absolutely insane.
Yeah. I will say, if Arachnobat can get a... no, he can... He can't even... Jojo can't even miss single combat out of the Echo block here. He can single combat to kill Echo, but, you know, Scrying Sand's still in hand.
It's either we take Forsaken Bakire or skip, right? I don't think we really need Jinx right now.
No, we definitely don't need Jinx. I think this is just an easy skip.
Like, we're in such a commanding position that we really don't need anything else but a Chrono Break, but Arachnobat opts to take out the Jinx right now.
Yeah, I will say, if he develops the Voice of the Risen next turn, it's actually going to be a little bit of a punish because then we put to play Shen. And now Echo kind of can't swing. Oh, we're just going to opt for the Echo swing regardless here.
I mean, Echo's allowed to swing because we have another Scrying Sands.
True, and we're going to see the single combat come out and kill Echo, though.
I mean, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Yep.
And we see second Echo in hand, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
And Arachnobat getting a very, very fast start. We do have an update on the other side of the bracket as well. Copium Card Gamers 2-2 into BKB right now, going down to the final match.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one ends up. Echo will die here. But one thing we forgot to mention, by the way, Hirsch, is Jojo's at 2 HP, by the way.
No way. 2 HP in a dream. You just take the second time trick and just play Jinx next turn.
No, because he won't actually flip her.
I mean, but we're still looking for... We still
I
have
think
like...
I think you just take Clockling, because, you know, that's too elusive damage. It's, like, not stoppable. Yeah, I was going to say, I think you take Clockling here.
I mean, fair.
Oh, Spirit's Refuge is massive here. But instead we play 2 mana, heal 2, and die. Oh, because a Chrono Break. Yeah, this game is cooked, man. He's just gonna Chrono Break right now, and this is just over, dude.
You can't... Oh, yeah, you can't because Chrono Break is 2 mana.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will say Jojo had a pretty slow start this game with his deck. Like, you know, he had 2 J4s, a 7-drop, Screeching Dragon. Really not what you want to be seeing against Echo Jinx.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Arachnobat's not going to take the bluff here and block. And
I think you had to pre-commit, but I don't think it really mattered at the same time.
Yeah. You were still dead regardless that turn. Unfortunate there for Jojo. And now we're down to what could potentially be the last game here. is going to be Shen J4 having to beat Seraphine Morgana.
I think it should. I think Seraphine is not favored in the Shen J4, right?
Not, probably not, I would imagine. I will say, like, the stuns, and there are quite, like, the stuns, the,
Ooh. This post-mulligan hand by JoJo is not good at all.
Okay, you know, that Badger Bear makes it a lot better.
I don't think it really does.
Oh, Badger means you have an attacker on turn 3. I will say, Arachnobat's hand's not looking too hot itself, honestly.
I mean, but we have this cool card called Sunken Temple, and we have 3 copies of it in hand, so I think it's looking pretty okay right now.
Yeah, we're going to see the first Seraphine come down. Oh, we can block with Seraphine and quicken her to keep her alive as well. We really want to.
I think that's an emergency escape plan right now. I think we're okay taking the 4 right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's... I'll say, like, Arachnobat's not really doing anything, but JoJo's not applying a lot of pressure right now, so I don't think it really matters too much. Oh, we see the King J4. We'll have to see if that's going to end up mattering. All right, you know what? Here's what I'm going to predict is going to happen. All right.
All right.
We're going to see that. We're going to see the quicken come down here. That's like really good tempo play there for Arachnobat. Like, slows JoJo down so much. But we're going to see the form up come down just to stop that from happening. And honestly, I think that's completely fair.
Okay,
like, if Shen goes away right now, it's just so bad for you. You really hate using the form up to not push damage. And it's not protecting you from like damage-based removal. But yeah, just stopping the Seraphine from getting in there is important. So we're going to see the Badger Bear go down here with double Seraphine's high note.
I'm still waiting to hear this prediction.
My prediction was that we were going to see a single combat next turn to kill Seraphine, but that completely went out the window when I saw what happened actually instead. Oh, and JoJo doesn't find a unit, so these moral supports are still 4 mana. Oh, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's really rough, and now we're just able to play high note for free. Or not high note, I'm sorry, Sunken Temple.
Yeah, Arachnobat read that situation really well there to just like murder the Badger Bear, because now JoJo's like doesn't really have anything left.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really want to play this King Jarvan.
But we kind of have to just to find J4 and try to salvage this game a little bit here. Okay, Kinku Student, salvageable? Not really.
Kinku Student is okay, but yeah, we're just gonna see this Aftershock come down the Shen. Honestly, I don't think this is worth trying to save, because there's just so much removal in hand. I think we're better off going Kinku Student in the Shen here.
We're gonna see high note played on Kinku Student and just remove it. Just keep this board presence going.
Yep. Yeah, JoJo just cannot catch a break here with getting these units to stick.
Advanced intel being played now.
Yep. No removal options here. I'm gonna see the King J4 come down to draw Jarvan. We could see the Shen die, though. This moral support not being turned on here is really going to come back to bite him if Acrobat goes for the removal right now. And if this Shen dies, that's the second Shen to die. It's likely these moral supports will never cost less than 4 mana.
Yeah.
But instead, we're going to see Miriam come down. So I think we're going to see here, yep, we're going to see this happen. Now these moral supports are 2 mana. That makes them much better to play. Feel much better to play here.
Honestly, JoJo is still in a very awkward position right now.
Yeah, I will say this King Jarvan is very difficult to remove, which is very good for JoJo. But the problem is that the Shen's not going to survive. Now there's only one Shen left in deck. Like, you can play a moral support here, and I imagine you will. It's to force out the Mystic Shot. And then you're still down to 1 unit in play. And the Arachnobat still has his Temple going. It's not giving him as much value as it could. He's only drawing 6 cards next turn instead of a full hand, but you know, it's still a lot.
Yeah.
And we will have a J4 coming down, which is nice. So, and with this Kinku student, might be a way to sneak in a win. If we can like get 1 more unit to play next turn. And there's not any removal of any kind from Arachnobat's side, but that's like a pipe dream.
Ooh, Screeching Dragon actually might be huge right now.
Screeching Dragon is big. We can play Screeching Dragon and have a single combat to kill a Youngling. That's a good place to start. We do see a Black Shield. Oh, and a Celestial. But we do see a Black Shield come down. That would stop a single combat from killing something here. The question is, do we see double Youngling here?
So it's not impossible for JoJo right now. It all depends on like how this next set of draws for Arachnobat shape out.
Yes. Right now, JoJo would be 1 off of lethal on the open. Because you can go moral support, J4 shield on the 1-2, and that would kill it. But instead, we're going to opt to play its Hellstones to get a Hush into our deck to try and reduce its cost. Oh, the Dark Binding right there. That's going to guarantee me don't die next turn. Oh, but we see a doubled up Guiding Touch. JoJo could single combat the Seraphine, and that would open up the floodgates for JoJo to actually close out to have a chance in this game.
Yeah.
But he's gonna hold his mana up. We're probably gonna see a single combat come down to the Seraphine. Black Shield's gonna stop it. JoJo's gonna cry. And then we're gonna see it's gonna be hard for if he wants to be able to win. I mean, I imagine you have to try to kill Seraphine right now, right?
I think you do. You really do have to kill Seraphine.
It's like, you know, Black Shield is a 1-of, and it would absolutely blow you out here. But if they don't have Black Shield and you kill the Seraphine, it's not nearly as bad what they can do to you next turn, and you actually have a decent shot at lethal.
Yeah, 100% agree.
But unfortunately, we have caster vision, so we know the truth. The single combat would not work. And JoJo's going to opt to try and save it here.
Ooh, Dark Binding.
Right, much as I'd love to try and develop here, I think you get blown out too hard if you try to develop.
I mean, we are going to develop here.
Develop while we're attacking. I will say, the Seraphine will now die. Actually, no.
We have Celestial Wonder for fun.
No, she actually won't die because there's Pale Cascade, which will be doubled, which will be higher power than anything in play.
But we also have just Celestial Wonder. So we just stunned the Jarvan and we stunned King Jarvan.
Yes, actually. So if we don't stun Screeching Dragon, Jarvan levels here. And he's going to realize that. Because if Jarvan leveled, single combat would still kill Seraphine. Now single combat will not kill Seraphine. Because the double Pale Cascade will put her at 7. And with Seraphine not dying this turn, I think this game is wrapped up for Arachnobat here.
Yeah. A really rough position.
Yeah. If you had one, yeah, like those early units dying here, really coming back to bite JoJo because he couldn't get board presence to get the level up progress he needed.
Ooh, and we just flipped our Morgana too, and we just drew one.
Yep. I will say you can't really do Morgana and anything else like you'd want to.
I mean, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Like, there's not really much for us to do this turn anyways. I mean, we could try to Howling Gale something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like a little awkward. The mana value in the hand is a bit awkward here for Arachnobat. Because everything's like just out of reach to play. And I think you kind of have to kill the J4. Because otherwise, you're just going to get a Cataclysm, and that's going to be annoying for you to deal with. So Arachnobat is at 4. Just not low, but I think at this point, he's probably going to end up being okay. I think he's just going to obliterate J4, go to 7, then draw a new hand and hope he finds something from that.
Yeah, this game flipped really fast for Arachnobat.
I mean, honestly, Arachnobat has been doing pretty well this entire game. JoJo not having a play, but not first play being the Badger Bear, and then Badger Bear dying on turn 3 just really ruined him.
Yeah.
Because the moral support being 4 mana instead of 2 mana definitely hurt quite a few times that game.
100%.
Yeah. All-Seeing Oracle, not the card that's going to turn this game around here. We see all 3 Morganas show up in hand for Arachnobat. That's going to basically take out any remaining blockers here. Arachnobat probably won't win the game this turn, but he's going to be getting pretty close. All-Seeing Oracle naming Rocket Barrage could be good, though. Like, I think that's probably the best of these because that's the one that's least likely to be doubled by Seraphine.
I mean, you have Howling Gale as well.
That's true, but Howling Gale could be most easily doubled by Seraphine. But obviously, Cast Vision I can see will be doubled by Seraphine, so... Oh, to be fair, we have a chance to find out. Did he pick this? Did he pick the right one? Because... Did he pick Rocket Barrage? Or is he going to be really sad right now? Oh, he's not slamming it, so I think he's going to be really sad.
Oh, we're clearing the whole board with Caustic Rift right now.
Yeah. Yep. Imagine we picked this. Stop one of these.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like J4 won't. King J3 won't die to this.
No, he will.
No, because he doesn't take damage from Caustic Rift.
Yeah, but he's still getting removed from Morgana.
Yep, you're right. Well, we could technically try to save him with moral support. Moral support would save him now. Because now we can play moral support in response to the attack. But this feels like we're like... putting water over a leaking ship.
Putting water over a leaking ship.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever heard that one before.
Me neither.
Is this something you just came up with on your own?
I don't know. All I do know is JoJo's not looking to have a good fun time here. You see Seraphine come down with some doubled cards here. Doubling a time trick to get even more cards cycled into the deck.
I feel like if we took Star Shaping, like, it was already 4. We reduce it even further just to get Seraphine to a point to where she can double it up. I think that was more correct. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, on the one hand, that might have been better. On the other hand, I think the world is his oyster at this point. It really doesn't matter what he does.
I mean, yeah.
Like, Arachnobat, I think, cannot lose the game from this position unless his internet goes out. Actually, there is one win condition left for JoJo, but I don't think he'll survive long enough to witness it.
What?
Timer win con, but with 8 minutes left, I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that.
Yeah, this is true.
Like, technically speaking, Racknobat has used more of his timer, but don't think that's going to end up being a factor here. Racknobat hasn't drawn anything to close out the game immediately. And I don't believe this attack here is actually lethal.
4, 7, and 11. Yeah, no, it's 2 off.
However, we could go look for something from Song Spinner here, and I think that's what we're doing. Any buff spell, any unit we summon would end it. Wildfire, Electro Harpoon.
Yeah, Wildfire and Electric Harpoon. That's gonna just end the game right there.
Yeah. Yeah, just Wildfire alone ends the game right now.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yep. But deal 4 damage or 3 damage is the question.
It does 3. Because first one does 1, and since it's doubled, it gets the other one does 2.
Okay. Not double. It's 1 plus the number of times you played it. That was 1 plus the number of times you played it this game.
No, it increases by 1.
It's 4. Get wrecked, Hirsch. It's 1 for each you've played this game.
Huh.
So because they both resolve at the same time, it would double them both. See, thank you, Arachnobat, for showing us this interaction. And congratulations on the 3-0 victory in this run. Because, you know, he did win the other 2 games previously. So Arachnobats of the Arachnobats, representing the Arachnobats, gives them the win here.
And we will be getting an interview here. So while we're waiting to see who they're going to set up for an interview, Dragon, why don't you give us a recap for people who just tuned in on what just happened?
All right, for those of you who just turned in, we saw Karma Set get banned by both players, much to the chagrin of the one Karma Set player in our audience. I am sorry that you exist. But for everyone else, we got to see some fun games of we had Mordekaiser Nora against this deck here, the Seraphine Morgana deck, and we saw what happened when it doesn't draw Temple, where it kind of just did nothing, got outvalued hard by the Nora deck, and died. In game 2, Echo Jinx just had an insanely fast start, and Shen J4 had 1 card that they played on turn 2, 1 card they played on turn 4, and then they just didn't get to do much else and died. And in game 3, they had another kind of a bit of a slower start. I will say the quicken that Seraphine got was pretty instrumental that game, because it essentially just forced out the combat trick that they didn't want to use, and then opened the way for the Badger Brain to die, and then the Shen died the next turn, and just really kind of snowballed the game out of control. Let them drop a free temple. Things went really well for Arachnobat there, and he just won the game. And speaking of Arachnobat, the man, the myth himself is here. We have joining us Arachnobats of the Arachnobats, representing the Arachnobats.
Yes. Unfortunate. I thought my name would be ZMax and known by ZMax, but I guess we're going by names that people actually recognize maybe on ladder, so that's Arachnobat for me.
Yeah, also there's someone else in your team with the name ZMax, so that would be even more confusing to our audience.
No, so that I sacrificed my right ID for 90 days. I can't get it back to Arachnobat. So I assume we kind of named our team my old name, just, so that the name is somewhere there.
Yep.
So how does it feel, Arachnobat, representing Arachnobats of the Arachnobats?
It feels good. I mean, it's a good thing I'm winning. Otherwise, Arachnobats, I feel like naturally should be a hard matchup, right?
Yeah.
No, it feels good. It feels good. I'm assuming that Karma Set is banned all the time, but I got the next best thing, Seraphine Morgana. So yeah, pretty happy with these games.
Honestly, I was very surprised that Wastruso did not ban Seraphine Morgana, because I feel like that deck struggles, or Darius Dar, or his lineup just struggles. Well, let me rephrase that. Darius Nar struggles more into Morgana Seraphine than it does into Karma Set, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Especially when you don't draw any playable units.
Especially when you don't draw any playable units. But that really shocked me, and I'm honestly surprised that they didn't ban it this time around. Again, too. But
yeah, it might be because Seraphine Morgana is just not as represented. I feel like it's not as popular, so Karma Sets... People have Karma Set trauma, so...
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we did see one game where it faltered a little bit, where you just didn't find your temple card until way too late.
Yeah,
so I guess they were like praying, like, hey, you know, if they don't find temple, we can kind of just beat them down and hope for the best.
Yeah.
But you can only get away with that plan so many times.
Yeah. Give us some insight, like what kind of like went through your minds with prepping this week?
To be honest, their lineup wasn't exactly expected. Though, except for Wasuruso, I believe he 3-0'd the previous week, so I thought it was pretty likely that he would run back the same lineup. But we thought there would be more Darius Nar. But I think they only ran one.
Yep.
Is that right? One Darius Nar?
Yeah, the other deck
was the only one.
Yeah, and then they had 2 Karma Sets. So those are 2 decks that we would have liked to kind of aim at. Except for me, I would be banning Karma Set the whole time. But I would be the as it turns out, the Magaline's defeater. I think Magaline's decks were a little scary for the other 2 lineups.
Yeah. Yeah. Dragon, do you have any questions for Arachnobat?
You know, what made you decide to bring Echo Jinx with your Seraphine and Karma Set decks?
Or
is that insider knowledge?
Not really. It was between that and like maybe Heimer Jace. But I had, again, some past trauma with Echo Jinx. Who was that against? That was against. It was the Swiss round, where it got destroyed by Echo Jinx, and then I took the ladder and it just seemed disgustingly broken. So,
hey, Skathis would be proud.
Who out of all of NNT, who is the player that you're afraid of the most?
For my lineup personally?
In general.
In general? I mean, Wasuruso for my lineup seemed like it would be a hard matchup. I think he drew poorly a couple games.
Yeah.
And then I was able to eke out the wins. So for me, it was him. I think Magaline's with the out of nowhere spooky Ash was kind of scary. We definitely had to do some like last minute prep against Ash just to practice against that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not something you see too often for sure, but it does pop up from time to time.
Yeah.
And, you know, I will say, I think the Spooky Ash definitely, you know, it showed it was pretty solid against your first lineup with 10 Stews,
right.
But
yeah.
Against your lineup that's not really playing units, it definitely showed it can falter a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How to counter?
I was worried about the Echo Jinx matchup because I thought you know, Echo would be just frostbitten over and over again. There's like triple Will Steals.
Yeah.
I think that I kind of forget exactly what happened that game, but
I think he also drew a bit poorly that game and just like didn't have that many freezes to deal with you. I don't think he even drew a Brittle Steel that game.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions for Arachnobat Dragon?
No, congratulations again on your victory and good luck in the Final Four.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you guys.
Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody, Arachnobat?
Well, obviously my teammates who prepped, we all prepped together throughout the week. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort. This is our first, as you guys know, like we've never done Aegis before.
Yep.
Definitely underestimated how much time committed it is to try hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why my team just showed up the night before and just said, all right, here's some decks. Here we go.
that'd be very comforting. Like if we go to consolation, if we ever lose, or when we lose. Actually, do you know who we're facing next? Is it Coke?
No, it's still going on.
It's still going on.
Yes,
wow, okay.
That match is still going on at the moment.
Okay.
Yep.
I can guarantee that if we are in oh wait, are we no longer in consolation? Like we can't go into consolation.
No, you can still go. You can still go into consolation from semis.
Okay, cool.
Actually,
we'll bring out some spice if we go to consolation.
No, I lie. You can't go into. You technically can't. You just go. You go. You technically do, but you're playing for third, fourth.
Okay.
Yep.
So technically,
I guess at that point,
technically,
might as well bring something weird.
Yeah, technically, it's still consolation bracket, but it's not really consolation bracket.
Hey, if you bring something weird enough, we will highlight it on the broadcast.
Okay. I'm sure some of my teammates would enjoy that.
Like, hey guys, we got 3 singleton decks here, and none of them contain a Seraphine. Let's see how it goes.
So out of Breaking Bandle or Copium card gamers, who is the team that you would want to go up against the most?
I'm forgetting if Breaking Battle's the one we lost to in Swiss, but Cope was from our groups. And I remember we beat them both of the individual sets, not the collab sets. So maybe based on that, I might feel more comfortable with Cope. But they also, they switch up their lineups a lot. They do some weird things, some unexpected things. So yeah, I don't know. They're both really tough.
Yeah. Anything you? Oh, wait. Did you? Is this confirmed?
It's on the sheet. It's on the sheet, so I would assume it's correct on the sheet.
Breaking Bandle. We actually just got news. It's not updated on the sheet for me, so I actually don't know. Let me refresh and actually confirm this with my own eyes. Oh my gosh, it actually did just wrapped up. So It is confirmed. You are going against Breaking Bandle next week, ArachnoBats.
Ooh. All right.
And I do want to point out, I think Talpinator slept through his match today, so they were a man down.
What? And they still won.
And they still won. Yes.
Crazy.
Dude, they had to put on some training weights for this week,
Yeah. So with that, is there anything you want to say to Breaking Bandle going into next week, ArachnoBat?
Good luck, have fun. Hope it's a good game. If we're streamed, let's make it fun, make it a long series.
Come on, man, give us the spicy trash talk. I know you're holding back.
Spicy trash talk.
Yeah.
I'll put that in Discord if I feel like it.
Just tell Talpinator to follow Cephalopod's example.
All right. Anything else you want to say, Dragon?
No. I'd like to thank Aegis for having me on this week and for letting me cast these really exciting games, and excited to see who comes out in the final 4 and who we're gonna have in the top 2 for the playing for the win.
Any final thoughts, ArachnoBat, before we send it off?
No, I'm good. I'm tired.
Me too.
Well, thank you, ArachnoBat of the ArachnoBats, representing the ArachnoBat, for joining us for an interview for tonight. That joke's never gonna get old. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you.
Oh god, have fun listening to that on the broadcast if you happen to listen to it.
Oh, I will.
But with that,
we're next week, baby.
With that, we are going to call it a night here. We are all very tired here. Thank you, Dragon, for coming on with us, or coming on with me tonight and casting with me. It's always a pleasure having fun with you on the desk, Dragon.
Of course.
I've been Hirsch. That's been Dragon. This has been Aegis Esports Fates Voyage Beyond quarterfinals. We will see you next week in our semifinals with either Breaking Bandle versus ArachnoBats, excuse me, or Hot Pink Cuties going against Church of Targon. And in our LoR consolation bracket, we have Duck Peak going against ABG Foe. I'm sorry, excuse me, ABG Fa. They Killed Game versus ABG Noxus. Lotus Esports going against Shikate, or Lotus Esports going against why am I blanking? NNT, and Shikate versus Copium Card Gamers. you don't want to miss next week. It is definitely going to be a banger.
Yeah.
And as always, stay safe, stay blessed, and we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, have a great weekend, everyone.